This platform is independent, and we wanted to work with everyone across the spectrum. So folks are invited to share what they know, and the viewers makes their choice, and we ask the questions, and we give the just the opportunity to answer.
This craziness, man, I do not care. Man, why am I so anti-establishment? Because of what I've seen the establishment do to people. That's why I cannot be pro-establishment.
Power is in the hands of the people. And it really did. What we all witnessed is the government, they knew that they're heading in the wrong direction. They knew Gambians are speaking in the same voice.
What law in the books that says the government has power to come out and go after folks' private citizens' properties and demolish them because somehow the government interest?
The only way that we can salvage our country is when everybody that gets their hand dirty. Don't sit there with your expertise and just to procrastinate everything that people say or pontificate, what everybody says or does. Let's get our hands dirty.
Good afternoon, good afternoon. Another Sunday, 40 people by the people. Brother Sariang, how you been, my man?
Doing good, my man. Doing good. Uncle Musa, how you doing?
As usual, bro.
Koto Musa. I don't know which one, man. Because Lego Leggy, man. Everyone is like uncle. I was like, man, where do we get this title from now? It is.
But wait until you start. Even sometimes I hear this one, and I don't know if there's Per Musa, especially from the Senegalese. There's these young folks that I work at Savannah every now and then. I'm a Per. But lan la ñuy defaat nag? Okay. It reminds you that you're way up there.
Yes.
And
yes.
it is why, come like we would say back home, Jarna Sante Yalla Bembari,
Yes, absolutely.
Thank God the Almighty. And we're still around, and hopefully be around up to 100. And Pastor may be like, I'm like, hey, Wama, one more Monday.
Yes. Absolutely.
So, Brother Malone, it's going to be, we don't have any big interviews lined up, but we're looking forward to having one next Sunday, actually. A big one.
Really?
Yes. I think, Pastor was able to get hold of Esa Bokarsi. He's poised to launching. So next Sunday, we're looking forward to having Isa, he calls it. He calls himself Isa Bokarsi. It's going to be interesting. Definitely interesting. But today, again, we're going to be talking about the issues that are trending out there. And then, of course, we had Gala last week. Oh my goodness. It was big, very big. And so we're going to talk about Gala and do the post-analysis. What does it really mean when everything is said and done? We're going to talk about the ESA foul. It was trending last week. There's a lot of talk about ESA and that land. Is it a bird sanctuary, or is it like they say, part of the TDA? We're going to talk about that and the fallout, the political fallout. And every now and then we're gonna. Hey, and I'm expecting my man. He's on vacation, Bankamane.
Okay, good.
The big Nyancho. So I just sent him the link. So he will be joining us as well and give us a little bit of perspective. How are things on the ground? Like, you see what is so funny? Banka and I, and I'm sure yourself as well, we always used to hear, Hamga yen nekulen on the ground. So you guys don't really have a grip of what is actually happening, the political terrain, because you guys are from afar. So your analysis is devoid of reality. And Banka is like, no, man, we're very much. But now, every now and then when we talk, he throws that at me. Never fathers. No, yon hamga. Yen hamulen nakala. Neka on the ground. We know what's going on. So it would be nice to hear from him, to give us perspective on some of these issues and, of course, other issues. Brother Marong.
Sure. What's trending, Paramos? What's trending?
So, I mean, of course, you saw that thing, the Jawara family reunion. They were having reunion at Savannah, the entire Jawara family from the Carolinas, from Maryland. They were in Atlanta. I mean, I was actually very impressed. I mean, a lot of people, and they talk about their family tree. It was very interesting indeed. It was a combination of a family reunion, and then they have a Islamic recitation. So some of the imams were there, and it was very, very, very interesting. And of course, I was back into a bit. Talib Bensouda was there, and bro, he gave such a powerful speech. I was just impressed, absolutely impressed. I couldn't, me, I couldn't help myself. So I had to share it and put it out there. And I don't know whether you had an opportunity to see it and listen to it.
Yeah, he talks about his background a little bit, and, the connection with Jawara family. Yeah, I listened to that.
Yeah.
It's a great speech. I mean, I think, it shows how close, knitted family is in the Gambia. I mean, maybe some of the folks who don't know. I mean, he's a grandson of Jawara. I mean, I think he kind of explained that very, very well. His grandfather came to Woolley, and that history timeline on, all that. So very, very impressive. So, and I saw my Musa Jawara's wife there too. Was Musa there? Musa Jawara?
Yeah, Musa was there.
Oh, okay.
I'm like, Musa, I don't see you anymore there. I mean, he's a political guy.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw the wife on the video, on the pictures, but I didn't see Musa. So, but I figure he will probably be there. When the wife is.
He was definitely there. It was definitely.
Yeah. So that was really, really, really great. So coming together, I think everyone should try to do that. I've been talking about that for a very, very long time.
So important.
Yeah.
So powerful.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not a Jawara, but I was so captured or interested. They were talking about, I mean, the guy that started it all.
Yeah.
For the Sirifo, how he migrated from, I mean, the guy actually said from Yemen, and they ended up in Mali, and how they came, and their first settlement was in Kaur, my hometown. I mean, it was just so interesting. And from him and his kids, Almami was one of their kids, and there was Kausu, and it was really nice, really, a little bit of history. I enjoyed it, and of course the food as well. It was it was definitely a very nice weekend. And they had the Friday event, and then the following day they had one at the park. I mean, I wasn't able to make it to the park, but I heard it was very successful. So, like you said, I mean, African Americans, they do that a lot.
Yeah.
Always have their family reunions. I mean, coming all over, and it's nice. They all would wear their T-shirts. I mean, different surnames and how they all are related. It's just unbelievable. I really.
Yeah.
So Wajangla Tonje Bubakar Sidiki.
What are you saying?
He's saying Sariyang.
Yeah.
But
yeah, last weekend he dodged the hard question. So
He talked to them. I think
Yeah.
don't though.
To somebody, he gave some political answers. That's why he needs to get 2.5 hours, 3 hours.
I know.
Honor to honor. Ask the tough questions, okay, Musfaramos? You gotta get him back here, okay, Father. Don't schedule anything adjacent to his interview. He needs to have the 3 hours.
We need to bring him back.
Yes.
But he said he had a lot of caution for the schedule. When he went out there and flew out there, he was coming to 40 people. Like, hey, buddy, everybody was giving him advice. You know, sometimes he can be.
But but Abubakar is very fast on his feet, man.
Huh?
As he said, we're politicians. Of course he is. The guy can answer any questions.
Yeah.
Abubakar is a trip, man. I'm telling you right now.
But overall, though, he held his he did what he had to do.
Yeah.
Sometimes when you have these interviews and coming out of it and there's no controversy and you're able to at least deal with all the issues, it's always a good thing.
Yeah.
When the whole thing is kind of hang on a particular statement you make, and that's the controversy, that's when you would say, the thing didn't go right, irrespective of all the other good things you might have said.
Yeah.
So interesting, definitely. So we had Gala, but before we get into it, though, we have partners that we partner with every weekend, and the reason why we come every Sunday is because they're out there supporting and helping us and giving us the reason, or should I say, the needed finances to help us come every Sunday, and we appreciate them. So before anything, we would go to our partners.
Welcome to Kid Aisha Restaurant. We are located at 1460 Boston Road in the Bronx. We are open 7 days a week from 1 to 12 a.m. We serve Senegambia food and American soul food on Wednesdays and Senegambia food all 7 days. We do dine-in, we do takeout. We serve Chevijin, Cheviapa. We do Mafe, we do Plaza, we do Ebe every other day. We have Yasa Ganat with rice, Super Kanja with white rice and fufu. We serve a lot of delicious foods. For dinner, we do dibi, chicken dibi, penta, whole chicken. We have shawarma, lots of good food. Also offer catering services for weddings, baby showers, birthday parties, whatever you need, we got it here at Kid Aisha. You can call us at 718-450-8606. And we're also on Uber Eats. And if you've ever been to Kid Aisha, make sure you leave a review. Thank you guys for supporting, and we hope to see some new faces.
According to the World Health Organization, WHO, as estimated 7 million people die from air pollution globally each year. This includes both outdoor and indoor air pollution. Most of these deaths, 4.2 million, are caused by outdoor air pollution, such as from vehicle emissions, industrial activities, and wildfires. Indoor air pollution, such as from burning wood or cooking fuel, is responsible for an additional 2.8 million deaths. Air pollution is considered one of the leading environmental risk factors for premature death. It is associated with a wide range of health problems, including respiratory diseases, heart disease, stroke, and cancer. Each breath you take, there is something in it. The question is, what damage is that going to do to your health? One of the biggest misconceptions about air pollution is that it comes from one source, or it has the same health impact that is not so. Air pollution comes from many sources, and many sources change over time. For example, if you are standing by the road, ride particles coming from tire wears, brick wears, and there are particles traveling in the air that travel in far distances. An estimated 1,000 people die each year in Washington state due to outdoor air pollution. Air pollution is a serious problem in Washington state. In a new report from Washington Department of Ecology, researchers investigated health data for 16 overburdened areas of Washington and found people in these communities face a higher death rate from air pollution than the state average. The report also shows higher rates of chronic respiratory and cardiovascular conditions across the 16 areas, where ecology has identified vulnerable populations that face high levels of air pollution in addition to social, economic, and environmental inequities. People think air pollution affects the lungs, but perhaps what they did not realize, it affects every part of the body. The advertisement is funded by Ecology with funding from Washington's Climate Commitment Act. The CCA supports Washington's climate action efforts by putting cap and invest dollars to work reducing climate pollution, creating jobs, and improving public health in collaboration with New World International.
Welcome to the Gambia, a country with a rich tradition in tourism and a beacon for investors. Experience a nation committed to progress, a home where nature's beauty is matched by the warmth of its people. A nation that is fast-growing and developing, thriving for togetherness. At the heart of this development is the Global Properties, the Gambia's premier real estate developer. Introducing you to our latest property being developed, the Lakeview, an epitome of luxury and comfort. Whether you are looking for a residence or investment property, Lakeview is the ultimate option. The Gambia is not just a place to live, it's a place to thrive. Welcome home.
Thank you, Kreisa. Thank you, New World International, and yes, Global Properties. Brother Maron.
Karamba, throw a question out there for you.
Let me say, what is your assessment? Let me put it front and center. What is your assessment of Joy at the moment? Are they growing, shrinking, or staying the same? Is the old guard still in full control, or are they transitioning out? Can Joy work with any of the opposition parties in 2026? Who can they work with? I'm going brother Karamba, Ninko Gizni. He calls it Jessit, but he's a bigger Jessit. We had an engagement a few days ago on this struggle. It's a WhatsApp group, and just doing an analysis of us, 2026. A very important question, really. And I won't dodge. I think I will give it my best shot. This is what I really think of DOI as a political party. Do I believe that DOI is growing? I can say, let me put it this way. I don't
Why
think,
are you tiptoeing, man? Don't stop tiptoeing.
Very answer. It's obviously my opinion. Do I believe that DOI is growing? I mean, you're talking about a party that was formed in 1987. And here we are looking at 2025. So clearly I cannot ascribe that DOI is actually a party that is growing. So DOI is definitely not growing as a party. And the other question was, is the old guy still in full control? Of course. I don't think that you can talk about DOI without the...
Is it growing? Is it shrinking and also staying the same?
I think it's staying the same more than anything else. I don't think it's really shrinking per se. I think it's really staying the same. And at the old guys, yes, they're still in control. I think you cannot remove, when you talk about DOI, you're talking about Sidia, you're talking about Halifa, you're talking about Samsar. You know, I mean, these guys are the anchors. And if they were to step aside, I don't think whether they really have other people that can carry the load. I just don't believe it. So staying the same, no doubt. And then the other question is, can DOI work with parties in 2026? And I understand why Karamba is asking this question. Because we were talking about 2026 and what will it actually take to put up a formidable challenge against the incumbent. And because you see, outside of partisans, if you just go out there and you ask people about 2026, the answers that you're getting is Barrow is going to win. That's what people will tell you.
No, but this is a very, this is a straight off question.
Sarian,
Okay.
kind of get into what Karamba, at least bringing in the back and forth that we had, because that's the reason why he's asking that question. So my take was, can Barrow be defeated? Yes. What will it take to defeat Barrow? I think it's going to take a coalition of all parties. Most people will tell you, if you don't form a coalition, you will not be able to defeat the incumbent. But then forming a coalition also can be very, it has its challenges. And the point that I was making, that in as much as, and this is in reference to the Doi question, Karamba asked, will Doi, can Doi work with any of the opposition parties in the 2026 to form a coalition? Doi can. There are parties that Doi can form a coalition with. And I also did say, it will be a challenge for Doi to form a coalition with United Democratic Party. Is it impossible? No, it is not. Because I've been here for a long time. In 2006, we had the same challenges. But when it was all said and done, they were able to form a coalition. But then we all know how that whole thing ended. In 2016, most people thought that it would be almost impossible because of the mistrust that was built going all the way back to 2006. But somehow they found a way to do it in 2016. We're looking at obviously 2016, we all know also how that the fallout happened. There's still that mistrust. Can they overcome that mistrust and come together and form a coalition? It's possible. But for that to happen, you have to really think outside of the box. It cannot be just business as usual. So my take was, is it possible? Yes. Is it very challenging? Extremely challenging. And I also did say something that he disagreed with. I'm like, Doi may not have the numbers, but they have the credibility that when they speak in any coalition, I think the Gambian people would listen. And that's what I said. Even though, of course, Karamba kind of disagreed. So who can they work with? I think they can work with all the parties. But again, it's really going to take what I would call sitting down. And I also did say something, that coalition in itself, there is always going to be some kind of a mistrust. You have your party, I have my party. We're saying, let's come together. Oluwante, Oluwante. So there is going to be a lot of jockeying. Everybody is trying to do, okay, what is it going to do for me, my party? That kind of a thing. So that we have to take that into consideration. Now, how do you work around it? I think it's going to be speak clearly, truthfully, honestly, persuasively, because at the end of the day, they're going to look at their interests. By joining forces with you, how will it help me? How will it help Doi? How will it help the United Democratic Party? And then, of course, there were other contributors during this back and forth. And I did say this. I don't see forming a coalition that the United Democratic Party is not going to lead it. I did say that. I really did. Because for me, when I look at something, I look at how can we make it happen? And the huge stumbling block. Now, how do you do that? How do you work around that? I like to look at things from practical lenses. What can really happen? So if you say that, yes, it has to be led by the United Democratic Party, then you have to look at what will it be for the other parties? Can they trust the United Democratic Party? So we throw in a lot of ideas. I talked about, I'm just going to say it, I talked about maybe if they were to come together and say, okay, look, we're going to form a coalition to bring about change. And during this change period, yes, there's going to be a selected candidate. If he wins, then he's going to be supported by a governing council. Call it however they're going to frame it. Again, the other parties would have to see themselves in this new, supposedly, if they were to win. So again, what can be Lola one, going back and forth and punditry and that kind of a thing. And I'm sure that's why Karamba throw that in the mix. But you can take a shot at his questions.
Well, one thing I know, you never tiptoe, you never have difficulty answering questions. This one, you struggle a little bit to come up with a definite answer. I don't know why.
No,
but There are a few things that I really was taken aback. You mentioned something in your conversation. You mentioned Halifa, Sidia, and Samsar, if they had not to be part of it, maybe PDOIs. Is that a true reading of what statement what you just said?
I think PDOIs is.
No. I ask a question. What I'm asking is, do you honestly believe that without those people, the party is going to die? Or it's not going to be non-existent?
I think the party will always exist. But I'm telling you, the party would be very handicapped without those three generals. Seriously, it will be seriously handicapped. I mean, and that's just the honest to God reality. Again, my own opinion.
Okay, I like to be fair. I mean, going back to when President Barrow said the same statement about MPP, we all were outraged about it. But what is the succession plan? Because if you're saying the party is in existence since 1987, thinking about a succession plan, passing the mantle to the younger generation, whoever might emerge from the party to carry on, should not be difficult at all. And I think this is a fundamental question and a fundamental problem that all parties have. And we have to speak honestly about this. The party is not meant for one person to hold on for many, many years. I think there should be a time whereby if you do all the work internally, party is just like a family. I mean, you raise your kids, you took them through. Someday, if you're not there, they can take a bomb. So I think I take exception, and I want to revisit that statement very, very well. Why do we really think 2 or 3 people or one person who's been affiliated with a party for a very long time, their absence or their transition somehow will negatively impact the party? And I'm very open-minded on this. And I think if we are to blame one person with the thing that goes around, and we have to look and that thinking though, I think it's old, and we need to transition. I mean, the political parties, we have a lot of amenities now, technology-wise and everything. If the younger generation should be able to, if this younger generation come up, I think this party should be well structured with the new thinking, new alignment, and taking it to the next level. I disagree with this notion that if someone is not within the party, somebody is gonna struggle. And I mean, why would he struggle? Like, what is the data, or what are some of the underlying principles that we draw such conclusion?
Brother Malong, like you, I support everything that you said. That ideally, when you form a political party, it cannot just rest on the shoulders of few people. What happens if they don't? Then what? So ideally, yes, you're absolutely right. It shouldn't be. It should be about the party manifesto, the programs and the issues. There should be succession plans. Yes. But you see, but that's not the reality. I mean, you can blame anyone you want, which is fine. And I would agree with you. When President Barrow came and he said what he said, you know what the reality is? The NPP without President Barrow, that party will not survive. He knows it. All the different players within the party, they know it. Because they are not brought together based on sometimes core principles per se. You have to look at a party and say, what is the glue? There is a reason why the United Democratic Party, for the past 2 years, they've been struggling big time. We need Baba. If Baba were to step aside, all hell will break loose. We've seen it. It's the reality. I'm not talking about the ideal. Yes, there should be a succession plan. If Sariang Marong, myself, and Banka and Pasamba, we're in a political party, we form it. You know what I mean? And then we have succession plans, we have processes in place, and that we can go through those processes if we're all advocating democracy, and then somebody else will step in and we all fall in line. Yeah, ideally, that's what's supposed to happen. But whether it's DOI, whether it's NPP, whether it's the United Democratic Party, that's not the reality. It is not. And it's not because of these people are so, we want to say, this is all about power and these are selfish individuals. Not necessarily. And I'm going to bring it as close to home as possible. Right here in Atlanta, we had an association called Jawara that we built up. We were all involved in it, emotionally invested in it. For 20 years, doing the big things. The July 4th, invest in education when somebody dies. The whole community come together. We work so hard to bring all the different communities here in Atlanta, and we all speak with one voice after going through a lot of infighting. But you see, at some point, we were getting older. We had to hand it over to a younger generation. But every time we turn around, we have a hard time handing it over. And when we even attempted to do that, the very investment that we've done to the community and to the organization, we see it sliding. What do? Do you just let it fail? Or do you find a way of kind of getting involved? It's a huge challenge. Because hanga, ñun nit ñi ñepp bokkuñ. Dinañ bokk ci dara. Man lim ma jaral, yow jaralu la ko. A newer generation jaralu len ko. They don't have institutional memory. There are a lot of things. Because you see, when you're part of something, over the years, you earn it. Understand? So now, I'm with you. I am with you. I'm not defending the lack of not having a succession. They should have that. Seriously. And us here in Jawara, we did exactly that. We step aside. At one time, it was Habimbai, an older brother. When he left, I came on for 6 years. When I left, another guy, Alaji Kebe, came on. And then we have Hadijalo. And then we have, Aji. And now we are looking at an older, mature guy, Malik Senghor. But all of us still find a way. If we walk away, this thing is going to crumble. And I think parties should also do the same thing. They do not have to walk away, but they also have to try to create succession plan, like you call it. But walking away can really
okay, but I guess I want to have this dialogue. It's very important.
Yeah, I know.
What do you think walking away? Because obviously, if you are part of something and you had a vested interest in it for many years, call it you earn it, as you said.
Yes.
Why would you walk away because of change of leadership or transition? I guess that's why that brings the central question of what values did you bring at the table, and it was the party more about actually tackling what your manifesto says and what the party stands for to fight, or is just about the individual? Without the individual, nothing works and it's dead.
Well, I'm sure that you have to look at it case by case basis, because they have different political parties. We all know, for instance, how the United Democratic Party came about. So you have to really go back to the history. I don't think Alaji Usainu Dabo, who is the leader, just came up and said, okay, I want to be the leader, and then Buraha, everything fine, and I want to stay to be the leader for the rest of my life. I don't think that's, so you have to go back. How did it all start? Here you had the PPP controlling the country for 30 years. All of a sudden, young people came, we had a coup d'etat, bang. So they needed, they needed a solution. So out of that, a United Democratic Party was born. All the different opposition parties, the NCP, the PPP, and they needed somebody who is a non-political guy at that time choosing Alaji Usainu Dabo was the best decision ever. Here you have a non-political guy, a veteran lawyer, well respected among communities. So to tap somebody like that was the antidote against the nonsense that Jammeh was peddling. That, hey, these people, they were here for the last 30 years. They steal, they squandered. The reason why you are poor is because of them. So you couldn't just bring an OJ Jallow, or you just couldn't bring some of the old players that they are known to be part of that. So what people did was they tapped into someone called Hamne. You cannot put that tag on him. Out of that, the United Democratic Party was born. You go back to Doi. 30 years of, Jawara. Our politics was pretty much traditional. The same old Yai Kompin way dance. It wasn't issue-oriented. Hardly we would even talk about the constitutions or the rights of people. So Nyom Tamit, that's how they came about. Let's look at MPP. How did it come about? Nyom Sen Bafisamo Gena Yomba. Because here you have somebody that everybody else helped, the different political parties, and out of that, Barrow was able to be elected as president. It makes it much easier to form a party around you, so Neke a president. And that's how NPP came about. I don't think there was no way in hell Barrow as an outsider, with whatever you think of him, could actually form NPP and be as powerful as it is today. No way, Jose. And you and I both know that if Barrow were to step aside, there's going to be so serious. Infighting. That would definitely bring the party down, no doubt. It'll be very difficult, extremely difficult. You see, whatever fights you see within the UDP, this one is going to be worst. Because at least with the UDP, they've been together for Nangamiti years, 20 years over that. So for them, they're much more glued. The structure cement be more bigger than cementy NPP. NPP hasn't been around that long. The people don't really know each other. They don't have relationships per se. So if Barrow were to step aside, it's going to crumble. Look at what happened to the APRC. When Jammeh stepped aside, APRC used to dominate, my friend, 50-something% of the votes, total control of the National Assembly. The moment the guy left, they couldn't even pull more than 5-6 seats. That's just the reality. Like Karamba said, it's very tricky. Extremely tricky. But should we change that? Absolutely. If we want our democracy to flourish, it cannot be about individuals. I totally agree with you. So we have to find ways of doing it. But it's not just step aside, kinyode. No. It's much more complex and difficult. And I'm sure you realize that, right?
Yeah, well, it's more complex, but I think it's durable. The concept of just pushing that aside, I don't agree with that, because people get old, people get sick, and yes. I think at some point, I think these internal differences, what the party represent overall, trump that. So I think if we're all in line, and I understand the difference opinion. I get that. We're not going to get everyone on the board. But I think if we are able to sync around the objectives and the modalities under what that party represent, I think we should come together at some point, have a difficult conversation and move on and get. And I think PDOI is not different than, UDP. And if we keep saying, and I think here goes another area that I wanted to throw at you. If these same folks and Musaji and the chief strategists sit here and say, oh, it's tricky, but we're saying, Barrow, you cannot do, more than 2 terms and all that, but the same people continue to lead these parties, then you are undermining that argument. And I don't know what you have to say to that one as well.
That repeat that again. I'm sorry, I get distracted by reading. Seriously.
What I'm trying to say, and this includes all the parties, right? They have the same leaders, and it's a continuity of the status quo. and now telling President Barrow for somehow, oh, you cannot continue, no third-term Barrow, or you have, overstayed your mandate, and I think that core argument right there saying that you can't, but what we got the same old,
Exactly.
and I think it undermines the principle of our argument, and that's why I'm asking. This is not a
No,
dig at anybody. It's just the fact that we've been seeing, and we continue this trajectory.
right.
I really don't think. I think what we're just doing is the folks that are doing everything that we are against, and the current trend continues. It's a self-defeating prophecy, and I don't know what ways out on these do we have. What kind of ways can we articulate to get out of this thinking that without few individuals within the party, even though they had generalism, but at some point, I think if they had to do a transition, those folks should stay there and support the folks and pass those generation experience and work with them.
Look, I agree totally with you. I think it can be very hypocritical to say that there should be the term limit on the presidency, and you don't have the same thing within your party apparatus. Because what that tells me, even if you were to get into power, who is going to say that you will not practice the same thing? There's no way of saying. I mean, I get that, but I also do understand why people would say that if you're an opposition party, you have to utilize your best situation in order to be able to compete in a very effective manner. Because sometimes when you are in government, because the government belongs to all of us, so when we're saying for our democracy to evolve, having a term limit, I think it helps. Because incumbency, especially our African democracy, incumbency really gives you a huge leg up. I mean, you can abuse people, you can do a lot of things, and at the same time, when everything is said and done, I mean, you can use tools of incumbency to get reelected. And that is why people are always saying that, I mean, looking at this situation, if we want our democracy to evolve, let's have at least a term limit. You serve 10 years so that it will not be about an individual. It will be about a party. Again, that same argument can be made looking at political parties. If you're there, if you're DOI, or if you're a United Democratic Party, let's say a United Democratic Party, I'm going to pick them on because, I mean, we all know that they are the largest party, really. And they are the one that would talk a lot about, not the party per se, their supporters, term limit, and those kind of things, and that Barrow needs to step aside. And also looking at what we agreed upon during the coalition of 2016. They're the ones hollering, saying, look, there should be term limit. Well, people would always, put this question back to them. How come you guys don't have term limit? Alhaji Ousainou has been the candidate going all the way back to 1996. The United Democratic Party cannot say that they don't have effective leaders that can basically walk in now and be given the mantle of the party. Really, they cannot. But at the same time, we've all seen what that has done to the party for the past 2 years. They esteem this, they esteem that, they esteem this, I'm not going to support him, I'm going to walk away. Now, if you are Alhaji Ousainou Darboe and you've invested 30 years, close to that, in this mission, what do? Do you just sit and allow it to wither in the vine? Is that what you are going to do? Or do you have to look at all these different options that are available? If he were to ask me, I have a totally different advice. But if he asks other people, they're going to give him different advices. Now the question becomes, what's in it? What's in it? The interest of the party. If the United Democratic Party is to survive and to head to the State House and bring about the fundamental changes that it always talked about, going all the way back to 1996, they have to find a strategy that will help them govern and win the election. They have to think with their head and not with their heart. That's the reality that they need to do. Again, they are going to avoid all these landmines because they don't want, most people will tell you, hey, Ousainou Gueye party is going to fracture. That's what people would say. If it fractures, who does it help? It doesn't help the mission. It doesn't help the investment, the emotional, the financial, whatever you want to call it, of the party itself. So the family lirbundao, you got to be very careful how you handle it. How do you do it? That's the question. And it's not, the answers are not very easy, huh? They're not.
Yeah, I didn't realize the question was about UDP, but I think no, it's all right. It's all right. I didn't interject. It's okay. It's all right. Well, all I just want to draw your attention to is PEDOIs was formed in 1987, and the leaders, the same leaders kind of interchange up to today. So I don't know, that argument, I think doesn't hold water, but that's not besides the point here. I think the problem is all inclusive. I'm not talking about a particular party or not. All I just see is the same old for all the parties. So, and I think we need to be able to call that out without mentioning names and going. I don't think that is necessary.
Oh,
No. I really, because I think if you were saying 1996 up to date, we got the same, but you got a party that was formed in 1987. And there's just few people who interchange leadership at the top of that party. Then your argument.
I'm not like picking and choosing. I want to just bring out the realities of all these different parties that they live in, including Doi. Look at Doi, like you said, they've been in existence way before even the UDP or the NPP or even NRP. They don't have a whole lot of what I would call electoral victory that they can look at and say, this is what we have achieved. For them, they say our mission is different. That's what they say. It's about ideas. It's about system change. It's about changing the system. So they don't advocate it's about personalities. They think, and now they're thinking that it's a heavier lift and that you have to go at it. There's a reason why they only register 3, 4, 5% after 40 years. I'm not trying to defend them. I'm just kind of just kind of calling it for what it is. Now, what you're saying is ideally, should they have built Doi to a point that they can step aside and the young generation will take it up? I'm sure that they do have. They have the Usman Silas. They have the Swaibus. They have they have their lieutenants as well. And if I were them coming into 2026, that's what I would be actually looking at. Because sometimes being behind the scenes and touting a young leader, you can still have the same impact. It can be. Do I believe that they can walk away? No, they cannot. They don't have the luxury to walk away. Because of what they have invested, they have earned it. When Halifa Saleh speaks, people listen. When Sidi Jatta speaks, people listen. If they were to handpick Sariang Marong or they handpick Pas Samba Jau and said, here is the new leader of Doi. Right? And then both Halifa Nyom Ngembako and Sidia and Samsar and Swaibu, I think they can still, the same thing can be said about the United Democratic Party. They have some serious candidates out there that even if Alaji Usainu was able to still step aside and say, look, all of us, we are about a process. The party is about a process. It cannot be about an individual like the NPP. We're bigger than that. In that process, we're going to follow it, and I'm not going to be part of that process. That would be my advice. But I'm sure I'm in the minority. And then said, all hands on deck. Let's have a process among aspiring candidates. I think that will be the test for the party. If they can do that and still get away with it, I think the party would be here for the next 100 years. That's just my belief. Because I think ñom ñoo gëna glued together. Don't even listen to all these threats sometimes, wherever they're coming from. If it is handled with honesty, again, like Karamba said, it's tricky, huh? It's very tricky.
Yeah, but I get it's tricky, but I think that doesn't take us away from having these conversations. I think it's very, very important. I think the modalities needs to be built. hard questions needs to come in. And I think also we need to resort to data and say, hey, first question is PDOI is growing, shrinking, and what was the last word? You know, shrinking, growing, and
Stay the same.
oh, is it still the same?
Yeah.
So I think we go back, we look at the data with all the other external factors that we put together, but let's also dive into the data and look at it. I mean, was there a shift on all these different ages? I mean, there is a generation, Musa. Ever since Yajame came to power until 2016, that was what, 22 years?
Mm-hmm.
Right? So Barrow is almost what, 6 years, 7 years into the presidency, almost 29 years. So there are folks who actually grew up when Gambia faced, the worst test of its time. Meaning, when they grew up, all they hear was the killings, the tortures, that one individual who called the shots in the entire. They don't know anything about Jawara's government, where we call the smiling coast of West Africa, the silver jubilees, whereby George Bush Jr. came in, Queen Elizabeth, and all these things. They don't know that. I mean, Pope John Paul, when he came to the Gambia, I think was back in 1998. They don't know these things. And when you started talking, and I had this because I talked to my cousin. So oh wow, and he's only 30 years old. So I think that narrative. When you talk, we could do better, right? And from Yajame 22 years, we got 8 years of Barrow, or 6, 7 years. Things hasn't moved swiftly, and what they hear is corruption, and they don't find out Gambia used to be Gambia, and it used to be the beacon of democracy. So if you think about that, you juxtapose that with Jammeh's 22 years and where we are today, you get confused, right? But I think it's our duty to articulate that, have this affirmation that we could do better, and we need to look at our internal structures, our internal policies, and have a hard conversation.
Yes.
And I think this, and I'm willing to have this debate with anyone. I really don't think saying that, yes, it's tricky, but I think it's durable as well. If we navigate the right channels and have a conversation, in a very broader perspective. Even family members, we do have disagreement. But at the end of the day, we look at what unites us than what divides us. And I think these conversations needs to go in. And I think, with all the parties, I mean, you got Mama Kande, I think he came within the last, 8 years, but he's the leader for the party. So this is across the board, unless and until we had these difficult conversations and, came out of it. I think we're still going to be on the same status quo.
Let me ask you a question. Because we can all talk about platitudes and parties are the same and what they need to do. I mean, and I get it. I totally agree with everything that you've done. But unless and until we drill down to the parties and what is confronting them, especially looking at 2026 in the horizon, and there's a question that Karamba poses, and I want to kind of give it to you because I kind of attempted to answer it. And what's your take when he said that? What would you put on the table to do coalition 2026 Sariang? And what concession would you ask of each party? What would you say?
What would I put on? No. Well, I don't know about concession, but here is what I will look at. I will look at, especially if there is a particular presidential candidate, say Mr. Dabo, Salah, Esafal, and all of them. And I think we need to drill down into each constituency and also the numbers that are coming in, right? And there was a recent survey. We have to look at these data. Musa, here in the Western world, they look into data. They sit down and analyze these things. if there is no generation, this whole thing about, tribe this, tribe that, that might be there, but I think that is a minuscule of a broader appeal,
right?
Tapping into people's hope and aspiration. And I think if you think that is nothing on a social media age and how you can transition, I think far-fetched. I mean, it's just the reality. But what are the concessions? The concession, you have to have a hard copy. Hey, this is where the data is. This is where it is. From whatever years you go back, you look at it. What percentage did you increase or decrease? Where are we at, and what are the numbers, registered voters, and what has particular candidates pull up? If you look at that, and I think, one person can be, people rely on polling, and polling doesn't lie. And it is the same concept, but in the reverse. You look at that and say, hey, who is more appealing? Or who has the more vote? And I think those conversations needs to come in. How concession work, I don't know. I'm not a politician, but I think
just so that.
But I will pinpoint on the data first. Yeah.
Hold on. If I understand you right, so that I'm the new Deglutamicibity. And so if I understand what you are saying is, what you would put on the table to bring all these political opposition parties for 2026 to form a coalition, what you would start with is to do a polling data to see who among them is.
I'm not gonna do a polling, but I'm gonna pull the past data. No, hold on. You ask me. The past. But you ask me a question. Let me answer. Help you out. No. But I want to clarify that. No. But I wanna let you know that I'm not talking about polling. I'm talking about past elections. They are data.
Okay. I'm just trying to get a clarification. So you're basically saying you bring all the parties together, and then you rely on. And you know what? Let me tell you this. In 2011, Karambang Madeglu and everybody else, I put together I put together a suggestion that, and this is after the debacle in 2006. So my suggestion in 2011 was, why don't we do it this way? We all come together, and then we will have delegates based on the last election performance. If you perform 27%, then you have 27 delegates. If you perform 5%, then you have 5 delegates. If you perform, again and again. So the whole thing was, because 2006, what we realized was it failed because of the selection of who leads it. And that thing is still a problem. If you're trying to put a coalition together, can more lead? Understand what I mean? And so to avoid that, we said, okay, of course, UDP, it was like party-led. We're the biggest party, so we have to lead it. Doi and some of these other parties, PPP, the Omar Amadou Jallos of this world, they're like, it cannot be that. We have to have a process in place. So in 2006, it was like leadership will be selected by consensus. We all sit around the table, okay, killer, we agree. And then when we unanimously decide, okay, this person is going to lead it. And that failed. In 2011, what you were just saying, I said, why don't we do it by delegate based on past performances? And we will still have a process, not party-led, but party buneka, based on your performance, that's the number of delegates that you're going to have. Now, obviously, they did not pay any mind to a regular guy who doesn't know what he's talking about. In 2016, they still went by the delegate thing. But how did they do it? They said, okay, equal delegates. Every party will bring in 70 delegates. And then it worked. At least we were able to come together based on that. So the question is, what did we learn from all these 3 attempts to bring parties together? And I think that's where we need to tweak if you ask me, 2026, to sit down and say, okay, if they don't trust each other, believe me, just set it aside. They don't, because of what happened. But they also do realize if they are going to bring about change to defeat the incumbent, compromises are going to be made. It doesn't matter. Now, if you're talking about past elections, then where would that leave, like, let's say, a brand new candidate who is coming in, like the guy we had 3 weeks ago, Ibrahim Taboromane? who never contested. I was listening to a Musa Jallo, a new presidential candidate on Coffee Time. And you have all these new candidates. Where do they fit into it? Or should we even consider them? So,
well, I think here is my question. It brings back to the central issue of, succession planning and also these numbers. So how would you make a rational argument if parties who've been existing since 1987, 1995, they went out there, they contest election, even though their margin was not huge, but having a new person who form a party and who hasn't even, contested an election, right, how would you make that person a leader? It's just what has not worked in years. So with all due respect to those, they formed their party, and that's what democracy is about. But if you sit down at the table, would it be fair for those folks who'd been in the arena since 1987, contested elections, get out there, and a new person who just formed a party heading into 2026, right, somehow that's the new person in the block? It's difficult, but it's also tricky. And these are conversations, I think, Musa, with all the issues, the problems, and the challenges that Gambia face. If you go back, you reflect. I'm saying, if it's me, I'm the political party leader, go in there and reflect on all the changes and say, if we bring these folks, every team together, I think we're going to put a formidable force against the incumbent. I think I will rationalize, but also I'll come into agreement that what we are up against bigger than individuals. And I think these conversations needs to be ongoing. And it's just the truth. The Gambia, we all sit here every single day pouncing about corruption, this and this, that and that and that.
Yeah.
Well, there is a golden opportunity.
Yeah.
Heading into, let's think about it. Let's adjust, but let's also have internally, let's have these hard conversations. But if we're saying the status quo, the old gods, if they get off, the two wheels are going to fall apart on our bus, I think that's a problem. That's actually, number one, that's a big problem. Because every time people retire, move on, even though if you're the best CEO, I think over the years, if you knew you're going to retire, you put work in place. That way, if you move on, your company would not fail. Then you did your job. That is a leadership model that is rolled out in every major company. But if you had to move on and your company failed, that's a failure of leadership, Musa. And you can say it anywhere.
No doubt.
It's been tested, it's been researched, and it's the fundamental truth. So we need to come grips with this whole notion that without someone, this thing cannot survive. I think that's a folklore, and it's an old thinking, and we need to move away from it.
Absolutely. You're not going to get disagreement from me. Any company would tell you that. If it comes down to indispensability, that this person, this CEO has to run it, and if not, the company is going to crumble, I think that is a bad system. But you see, like I always tease Pastor, and I'm not an idealist, I'm a pragmatist. I'm looking at where we are as a country and the history of each and every one of these parties. We can talk about the ideal, but we can also talk about the reality. Again, we have to drill down to the parties. You and I both know that if President Barrow were to step aside and said, you know what, I've did my part, now you guys figured it out, I have a hard time that NPP is going to have a problem. More so than any of these parties are. I can guarantee you that. And they know it. That is why you listen to Ibrahim Asila. No. President Barrow is our candidate. We don't even... Ahmad Ba would say the same thing. Demba Sabali would say the same thing. You know what they're saying? They know. In his absence, the party is weaker. Is it unfortunate? Very unfortunate. I agree. Are they supposed to do, can they do something about it? And it's going to start from the leader himself. If he were to sit down and say, look, you know what, I'm not going to contest in 2026 because I don't want to, we all believe in this term limit. So we all as a party needs to come, and I'm going to deny Ngemba whoever comes out to be our candidate. And he means it. That will be good for the country, it will be good for democracy, and it would actually be good for NPP. Because the people that do not believe in it, they will walk away and form their own party. Now, could that definitely make it very difficult for them to win in 2026? Yes. But could they still be able to pull it off? Very possible. And the NPP I'm talking about. Now you come to the United Democratic Party. With all this talk, I said something, somebody disagreed and said, why shouldn't Mr. Dabo be part of the process? He said, Wonder Digger, you have a process, everybody should be able to apply. But you see, with the UDP, there is something that is a little bit different. And that is, each of the aspirants are basically bellowing out that if Mr. Dabo is the candidate, they will not be part of the process. What does that tell you? Does it give legitimacy and credibility to the process? It will stain it. I'm sorry. There's no other way of calling it. Because they believe, nay, if he is part of it, it's not going to work. If he champions it, he steps aside and he speaks with clarity, all hands on deck, then that will be the beginning of the United Democratic Party driven by their core beliefs and a perception from outsiders looking in that there was a democratic process that happened. And whoever emerges, you're talking about somebody supported by the party that will not only empower the party, it will be good for our democracy. Manlo Lagom. You come to Doi. It cannot be Halifa or Tidia. It cannot be. They have to find a young, dynamic guy who said, here is our guy. And then Nyom Ngemba Kokulen. They cannot be part of the process either. If we're going to shift gears, really, to new generation of leaders, I think that's what Doi needs to do. Because Doi is more, again, this is my opinion, and some people will say that it's biased, but it's much more anchored on ideology. It's more anchored on core beliefs. So for them, they can really have a process, and out of it brings in a new leader. And then Halifa, Samsar, Swaibu, they can all support that individual. I seriously believe that. Now, the other players in the thing is like Esafal. Esafal is the new kid on the block. You know, I mean, he contested in 2021. So clearly he has every, I think, everybody would understand that he can give it another shot now that he has a coalition with APP, Sober. For Mama Kande, we're all hearing everything here and there. The right foot is with NPP, the left foot is still GDC. I don't know. Last 2021, there was a coalition of some sort with the Yaya Jammeh part of the APRC. We all know what happened to that. And for Mama, I think just going out there and contesting on its own, I don't know. I think for Mama and even Doi, really, their best bet is to find a way to form a coalition with the other opposition parties and basically put their demands, if you want to call it that, what they would like to see come 2026 general elections. And even Esa Fall, for that matter. I seriously believe Esa has helped himself in a way. I'm one of the people that thought 2021 was the wrong time for him to run. I mean, Esa was not very, he was very angry at me for some of the things that I said. And 2026 was his time. And I think, I'm telling you, if Esa 2026 would have been, he would have been a totally different candidate. I still think, he's one of the, you cannot talk about 2026 without mentioning his name. I don't think you can put together any credible coalition without Esa being part of it either. So he's done himself some good. in a way, because just to go out there and be a serious candidate, I mean, it's not easy. So
Yeah.
so,
Well,
so
you know,
I
you
have
said,
another
huh?
question. Do you think a party can win without a coalition at all, 2026?
Look at the numbers. I'm a data-driven guy. I look at the numbers and I compare the latest polling that came about a couple of months ago, and I think I see a decrease.
What are those numbers? Was there a polling done a couple of months ago?
We shared that. I don't have the data, but I think a month ago we had a good discussion about it on this platform.
There was a
Okay.
polling that was done.
Yes. I mean, the percentages where the polling, and I compared the data. Coach was here, and we had the data. I don't have it right now, but what I'm trying to say is, Jimmy, answer to a opportunity to answer your question. You said, "What would I have done?" Well, what I think, I said, I will go with the data first. I will look into that.
What does the data say?
With what data? I just told you I don't have it in front of me.
What does it? But overall, you don't have to have the numbers per se.
No. What you are asking me what I think. You gotta let me think and answer your question, right? You gotta give me that opportunity. That way we can have a dialogue, right? So I am telling you, I will look into the data. I am a data-driven guy. I look at the data and I have a conversation with that. So I don't think when I look at all that, and we did this like probably 2 months ago here, and we had a discussion that there was a decrease, both UDP and PP, and that tells me, and we factor in Mama Kande, that tells me that yes, coalition is necessary for 2026 victory. So,
Okay.
so definitely. I mean, you just, whether I took I went through Banjul to come down to Tipagaras, you gotta let me finish. But if you keep interjecting, we miss the point of the debate. And I want, a lot of people are watching us. I want you put your idea up forth, and I put mine up, and we have a rational argument. But I'm not a politician. What I'm saying is, I am thinking Saryang's way, based on my experience, how I see things, and that's what I share with folks, right? So at the end of the day, I'm not going to sit at the concession table. I don't negotiate no coalition, but I'm just saying the rational way based on our current predicament. That's what I'm trying to.
So because don't tell me you're not a politician. I mean,
I am not a politician. I am not.
We're all part of this process. There's a reason.
Well, I'm maybe part of the process, but I'm not a politician.
You're on this bandwagon for the past 20-something years. So people don't stay on something if they're not that.
Yep. Somebody, I think, just release it. Yes, there was a data, MPP 27. UDP 17 and 37 on desire. Yes, that's where we fact to.
What are you talking about? Okay.
Yes, that's the one. That's the one, and we made the tabulation based of the results from 2021, and there was a data that I dive into. So yes, that's what he's saying. Yes.
Okay. That's the data you were talking about.
Yes.
So based on that data, it is quite clear that obviously, if you have 37% of the, and I think it relates to that other question that was asked, whether the country is going in the right direction, and then there was almost 70%
yes,
heading in the wrong direction. And so that, yes.
And if you look at the 37%, for example, UDP is at 17, MPP is at 27, you have 30% undecided, then maybe those folks are looking for home, right? So the rational conversation of considering it's a 1997 constitution, is a simple majority. So that's where you have to be strategic and look at things in a bigger picture, and not just stated with. I mean, you have to. The elections are win beyond your core base. You have to be able to bring new voters, appeal across lines, and bring those. That's gonna put you at the top. So that's just the fact, Musa. Yes. So this is it's tricky, but we need to have these conversations. I think
let's assume
it's about time, man. We got to have these conversations.
If we all agree that based on polling data, And based on just anecdotal reasoning, if you want to call it that, that is going to take a coalition. Most Gambians will tell you that for the opposition to even have a shot. If that is the reality that we all agree to. Now here, let's say Sariang Marong, if you are
no. Put Bubakar's comment on the board. Yeah.
Where's Bubakar? Let's see, where's Bubakar? No, man, there are a lot of comments, bro. But
No. Bubakar's comment. He says, Sarian, that poll was dubious. Not clear who took it, what sample size they used. Plus, it was apparently done in 2023. Okay, well, that's okay, but let's bring the polls from 2025. Maybe we need to do that, Father Mose. I mean, is that going to change your mind at the sampling? I mean, they don't go across the whole country, but even polling, you take a sampling, right? So what I'm saying is, if you are saying 2023, why do you draw that conclusion? It was dubious, right? And also, is there one that needs to be done? Is there one that is recent? Can you share that with us? Can we do one? I think this whole thing was we can put this whole thing to rest. It is numbers. I mean, if anyone is telling you otherwise, I mean, you can it's numbers. And I think if the polling is saying that calling the polling is obsolete and dubious in 2020, well, let's get the recent polling out. Let's see where we at. Yeah. I mean,
among the opposition parties, or just an overall polling of some sort, like polling like UDP, NPP, GDC, whatever, SR.
I would say all that. I mean, for the sake of the argument, Father Mose, you got to put everything out on the table. Then you make your point across. Think about if you have the data, and as he said, the sampling. You satisfy all those wickets and put it out there and say, hey, this is the data. Let's have an argument. Such a data. How do we navigate out of this? But we can't dismiss polling, though. I mean, it is what it is.
I mean, in 2021, we dismissed the Sepros polling that Barrow was going to run away with it, and clearly, I mean, they had it they were on point. So polling data cannot be just. But no, the question that I asked was, yes, we all believe that there should be a coalition. And then if they were to ask Sariam Marong, knowing all the dynamics at play, and they were asking for your suggestion there at the table, he's going to take a compromises, give and take, for all practical reasons. I mean, it's going to be.
So let's negotiate. Let's negotiate, you and me right now. You're representing Doi. Say I'm representing UDP.
Yes. What? Let's do that. I don't even mind that. Even though
let's role play. Let's role play. Okay, so I am going to champion, and there is nothing that I have a say or I'm spared. Let me give a disclaimer though. Okay, people, let me.
Why are you working it?
No. Hold on. I want to give a disclaimer. I am now speaking on behalf of UDP. I don't represent the views that I'm about to express here. Represent UDP. I'm not speaking on behalf of the party. For the sake of it, I am trying to role play with my chief strategist here, going into negotiation. So maybe someone can learn a lesson out of this, or they might, but we wanted to share it, okay? So I just want to make sure I share that. So
again, I'm not making any disclaimers, and obviously I'm not speaking for Doi. I'm going to say exactly what I think that would help the process, because at the end of the day, if we all agree that, even though Basandao asked a question, he said, why a coalition though? If the coalition wins, then whose agenda are they going to govern? Which is absolutely important, because parties are different. I see a need for a coalition. Again, that's his point of view. But if you all believe that...
They say your disclaimer, that way we can go into the role play.
my disclaimer is, obviously, I don't speak for Doi at all. I'm just going to take their position. If they were to hire me and said, okay, go to the negotiating table with the United Democratic Party. Again, personally, I don't think you can have a very formidable coalition without DOI or the United
Well,
Democrats.
xam nañ loolu nañ door affaire si nag.
No,
Nañ
there are other parties that we need, don't get me wrong.
Yes, but I'm about to open my opening remarks because I invite you.
All right. First of all, okay, go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Today, we're here. Obviously, we know the challenges that this country faces. And looking at the data, I'm looking at it right now, and we did some tabulation. There is a need for us to come together. And there is a need for us to change in 2024. We had a lot of challenges. We had a lot of disappointments. We could not pass the new constitution. The TRRC recommendations were not implemented. Commodity prices are high. There is insecurity. Security sector reform has not been implemented. It's going to take more than one party to appeal to voters, to let them know Gambia deserves better and Gambia can do better. And with that, we found the need to reach out to each party to have a dialogue. How could we all consolidate our base to ultimately elect a flag bearer that is going to represent all the parties going into 2026? And we are open for discussions, and we are open for honest dialogue. And we need a note taker who needs to jot down all these points that we're going to discuss. Hopefully we will come back and as well. But with that, I will yield the floor to PDOIS, Musa Jeng representing, and Musa, I would give you the floor to add up or come up with any suggestions you might have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Morong. As a representative of DOI, going all the way back to the formation of this party, we always believe the party stands with the people. When we formed our party, this was during the time of PPP, we pointed out that unless and until fundamental changes are done, and we bring about a government that represents the people and only in the interest of the people, that's what we have championed for years. Back in 2006, we came together. We had an agreement to form a coalition to bring about the change, to send dictatorship jammeh packing. We followed the letter of the agreement because we believe that when we come together as different parties, in as much as we believe in different things, our programs that we believe in as DOI is different from all these other parties at this table. The question becomes, why are we coming together to form a coalition? I am here today because we want to rescue our country. There was something that happened in 2016. The very aspiration that every Gambian, they came out in numbers and voted for change. As parties, we dropped the ball. We walked away from the agreements, from the principles. All of us betrayed the aspiration of the people. I am here today for DOI. We want to fix that. We're not interested in leading or running a government. What we are interested is a government that represents the aspiration of the people. That is why we are here today. And we are willing, whatever we do, as long as ultimately we'll bring about system change, democracy, and ultimately protecting the people that were left out for the past since independence. If we come together to form a government, it has to represent the aspirations of those people. If those people are going to be second thought, DOI is not interested in forming a coalition. We're not interested in just regime change. We're not interested in removing Barrow to be replaced with another Barrow-like. What we are interested is changing the government and bringing a government, real system change that kind of eluded us going all the way back to independence. And that's why we are here today. Again, we respect each and every one of these parties that are at this table today. But unless and until we speak honestly and revisit what actually happened in 2016, why did we fail? Why did we walk away from the agreements? Because fundamentally, there were agreements. We all remember when we walked in the Kairaba, we were all represented by delegates. Why did we walk away from that agreement? And unless and until we can talk honestly and clearly, we don't just want to come together and form coalition for coalition's sake. That coalition has to represent something. And if we don't do that, because out of that, we will be carving a message, take it directly to the Gambian people, for them to trust and believe in the message. So again, we are open to coming together, but are coming together based on honesty, coming together based on when everything is said and done, that would ultimately protect the interests of the Gambian people. Brother Marong,
all right. Well, thank you. We invite. Well, Banka belongs to NCP. Maybe you know he can role play too. So Banka, basically, if you're joining, just to give you we're trying to role play here. There was a question that says whether year 2026 a coalition is necessary. If the answer is yes, how do we go about forging partnership and giving concessions? So we're role playing. Musa is Doi, I'm UDP, and is a role player, and we made our disclaimer. And then, you know, sharing ideas. Then, you know, after I respond to Musa, I will also give you a chance to, you know, throw what needs to happen and all that stuff. So that's what we're doing today.
I'll play the judge. I'll be the judge. So
okay. No problem. No problem.
Banka, well, and before you even get into being the judge, I mean, welcome to the For the People, by the People.
Thank you.
You look like I'm not bottom. There's absolutely no doubt that this is you're the owner of this. You know.
No. It belongs to all of us. You especially you guys. Now you are the real owners. I think I have. Yes.
Okay. All right. So Musa, thank you very much, and points well taken. I think you spoke from your heart. What you articulate today, honestly, I align myself with, and there was a lot of mistakes that were made, and there was disappointments. And I will also go as far as saying coalition members now move away from the mandate and aspirations of what Gambian desire to achieve in the coalition government. It's true. But now, Musa, that has happened in the past. I think we need to talk about our future state. How do we move forward? These key points that you raised today should not stop us to have an honest conversation, to honor our mistakes, realize our mistakes, and give a word. This time around, I think we should have everything on paper. And everything that we had on paper, and we need to agree upon. That's very, very important, because basically, I understand the mistrust. Trust me. Because at the end of the day, if you sit with someone, you fought with someone, then that individual felt betrayed. I see your point. But I think as Gambians, we face their consequences. We face enormous challenges, and our country deserves better. Our citizens deserve better. With the acknowledgement of the past and what you have, just articulated, I align myself with that. But I think, again, we should not just dwell on the past and stay on the past. And I think we need to talk about the future. Elections is about future. And I think I've seen an opportunity here for us to come together and salvage Gambia from the current predicament?
Absolutely, Mr. Maron. All elections are always about the future. And one of the mistakes anybody can make is to totally forget about the past. Because the past matters. Like I indicated, we are different parties, have different beliefs that we think this country can be rescued from. We did not form our party just to form a coalition to remove a government. We're not interested in replacing the regime. What we are interested in as a party, again, like I indicated earlier, ultimately what is in the interest of the Gambian people. We're not interested in leading or not leading. What we are interested is what are the challenges of the Gambian people? What can we agree upon in terms of the solutions to the problem? The poverty that is out there. Why is our dollar depreciating? Why our Gambians are poorer and poorer? Why our country, for instance, going all the way back to independence, the farmers are still struggling. For us, that's what we've always believed in. And whatever we do, the focus should be at the people. Anything short of that. Now, we agree we have to look for the future. But let's look at if the fundamental question is we need to come together to create an opportunity to bring about change. How do we work together? Not only to bring about the change, but also make sure that whatever happened in 2016 will not be repeated again. And what are the safeguards we put in place? And at the same time, too, we're not only coming together, we want to win as well. And all that needs to be put on the table. We're not interested in coronating anyone. We're not interested in anointing anyone. We're not interested in anyone stepping on us to get to the State House. What we are interested is, like I said, we come together and agree to programs that we believe we can take to the Gambian.
Well, Musa, you have a background noise. I don't know whether you know that or not.
I think it's bunker.
Is it me? No, there's nothing happening around me here.
But maybe you put it on mute.
Okay, let me put it. Let me put it on mute.
No, you can stay on. Just put it on mute. I think there is a little bit of background noise.
Okay, I'll put it on mute and see. Maybe.
Doi is not really interested in just regime change, thinking that we remove Barrow and replace it with Halifa Saleh or Sidia Jatta or Usainu Dabo. We're not interested in that. This is not about personality. It's about the Gambian people and what we will take to them. If we all believe that it is our duty, that system change, the changing of the system that will tackle corruption, the changing of the system that will change the lives of the farmers in the protectorate, in the greater Banjul area, tackle their housing, inflation. That's what we are interested in. If we can find common ground to those messages that we can take to the Gambian people that will bring about this system change, that's what this party is all about. And that's why we are here today. Not to anoint or coronate or how to replace the status quo. Gentlemen, I yield.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yang. Points well noted. And you mentioned several factors here. And coalition building is tricky and very complex. You talk about the anointment and us coming together. We have to formulate a formula. And obviously, we have parties that have been in existence since 1987. Your party, UDP, has been in since 1996. They've contested several elections. Within the room today, we have several other new parties. We're not talking about anointment, but we have to formulate a formula which is fair, and the process should be transparent. That's going to attract more people into this concept. I want to unravel the party and the Gambia at large. It's not going to be party led. I want us to honestly speak about things that's going to bring a lot of people together. We all know. You talk about the past. Yes, mistakes were made. Things were said that were not supposed to be said. We get it. But now I want us to craft a strategy in terms of formulating a formula where we will have candidates, and whoever emerge as the winner, we all coalesce around that individual. And how we need to go about that, I don't have the solution, but I'm also open for discussion and hear other perspectives.
Again, we're coming to this table because we believe in a process. Anything sort of a process we cannot be part of. Going all the way back to 2001, the attempt that was made to form a coalition, we were not part of it because it was all about anointment. In 2006, there was a lot of talk about a party-led coalition. For us, we were not interested in that. We're always interested in a process because for us, democracy is about a process. In 2016, we succeeded because we had a process in place. Win or lose, we believed in the process. So whatever we do in 2026, in the absence of a process, we cannot be part of that. The fundamental question is, all of us sitting around this table, are we genuine? Are we trying to use each other to get to the State House? Or do we seriously believe that our country, we want to do away with corruption? Are we seriously committed to changing the lives of the Gambian people, the economic challenges that we have for our country? That is the fundamental question. Now, we can all have our different ideas in terms of how do we frame it that will help us come together. Like I said, we are committed to come together because in the absence of that, the status quo will continue. How do we make sure that the status quo doesn't continue? Create an opportunity to bring about the change. I'm all ears. We can talk about the frame. How do we put it together? Do we repeat what we did in 2016? Or can we come up with a totally different solution? And also, what are the guarantees? Because we all know what our constitution is. Whoever is selected, and this is something that we had to learn, we learned from 2016, then you contest the election, then you win, you're looking at an executive presidency. What are the safeguards? What is there that we can put on paper to make sure that whatever we agree to will be actually implemented and not just pay lip service? Elections are called, this person is the winner. You forgot everything that we ever agreed to. We will rather not get involved in a situation like that because for us, it's about the people and it has to be about the people. Brother Marong.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Gang. Points well noted. You mentioned a lot of issues here, and these actually the bedrocks of us moving forward with this concept. But I think, among us who promised to come and join us today, unfortunately, due to circumstances, he's not here. He's a lawyer, experienced guy, SFR. I think we would like to bring him into the conversation and also help us draft. If we reach that stage, I think he will be a critical voice to ensure that whatever we put forth, it's not in contravention with the Constitution. So we have to be clear. I don't have the expertise, but I think we have among us, we have several other people who can look into this within the legal framework and address and hopefully put some documentation that we're all gonna agree upon, and which could be, I think the key part is, again, lessons learned. is it enforceable in court that we could take possibly, and seek renderness in the future, things don't go our way. But that, can't speak on that. Mr. Falcon help us out in the future. But today, the meeting, was just to brainstorm and come up with some ideas. And I hope we had new notes, good notes to reflect on, and hopefully schedule a meeting in a month time whereby we will encourage folks, every political party, to meet up and have these discussions. It's not what we discuss here is not conclusive.
Mm-hmm.
It's more of an exploratory, mode, and we will continue to explore more options. And we are open to ideas because it's not easy. It's complicated, but at the end of the day, what unites us is more than what divides us. And I think, if we're not reflecting and correcting the mistakes that we made in 2016, we won't be able to forge a way forward. We have to address and we have to acknowledge that the mistakes were made and we could do better. How do we do better? Having an honest conversation and forging a way forward. And I look forward to your closing commentary.
And again, I thank you, Mr. Morong. As a party that was formed going all the way back to 1987. And I'm just going to repeat where I started. For us, it was never about leadership. It was all about people's first. We recognize, going all the way back in the 80s, how the little guy, whether the person lives in Walikunda, whether the person lives in Sandu, or in Wuli, or in Jimara, or in Kayaf, or in Tonia Taba, it was always about them. Every program that we developed, it was always about people's first. Wherever we sit and negotiate about coming together, we always put people's first. What we've just started, if it is about people first, you can count us in. If it is about something else, then it will be difficult for us to be part of this. But we are committed and looking forward to working with you and all these other parties, because there is no doubt this country needs to be salvaged. This country needs to be rescued. And again, I thank you, and I'm looking forward to other engagements, because again, it's all about the people, the Gambian people. And I thank you immensely, Brother Marong.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. With that, you see, and hey, role play. I think
I see this debate, this conversation has been. I don't know how long it's been going on like this, but I wish all the our political conversations in the country can be this civil and these engaging, because it looks like you are not even interrupting each other. Everybody allows the other person to land and make their point. Whether you agree with it or not, it doesn't matter. And I think that's very critical. That's very important. And I'm glad. I hope that the actors on the ground will learn a great deal from this interaction here, because I think you guys have, if you will, produced a formula for how this conversation needs to take place. But if I may jump in there really quickly about this coalition thingy, you see, I've argued this point, and I'm going to sound like a broken record. I think you all know from day one, I've always argued for about this whole coalition thing, Musa. If the opposition wants to stand a chance, if the opposition parties want to stand a chance, they have to borrow a leaf from the NPP playbook. And again, if nobody heard me, I'll repeat this again. If the opposition wants to stand a chance in the upcoming elections, they have to borrow a leaf from the NPP playbook. And here's why. You see, when it comes to coalitions, this is nothing new. It's not like it's not revolutionary. It's not a new, I mean, a sort of like a transformative thing. No. It's been around since the beginning of politics. Since the Roman days, coalitions have always been coalitions. In America here, if you look at the Republican Party, the MAGA wing of the Republican Party have had the upper hand, and they are the ones in charge. But the Republican Party, as you know it, Musa, has liberals in them, has moderates in them, has conservatives in them, has far right, middle of the ground. I mean, name it. You have people, and these are all segments of different political, ideological leanings who actually have decided to come together and form a political party called the Republican Party. So what does that make it? It is a coalition. When you go to the Democratic Party, you have the Blue Dogs, you have the Black Caucus, the Congressional Black Caucus, you have the the conservatives, the ones from the Bible Belt. I can go through a list. These are all literally different factions who, in fact, don't agree mostly on many policy issues, don't agree on social issues, don't agree on fiscal issues, don't agree on a lot of things. I mean, you would looking at the party as in the Democratic Party or the Republican Party, it may sound to you like they all agree or believe in the same thing, but no. They're actually two people who are totally, sometimes very far apart. And sometimes you see that kind of civil war within the parties themselves. Sort of play out in the open sometimes, where these people will go at it, and you know that these people are just literally in different factions. Within the Democratic Party, like I said, you have the people that you have even called Democratic Socialists, who are Bernie Sanders and AOC, I mean Alexandria.
Can you help that lady asking a question?
Yeah. So I mean, at the end of the day, when you look at that, you will see that Bernie Sanders and his group over there, AOC and all those guys, are all different wing of the Democratic Party.
Correct.
So what that makes Democratic Party is that it is a coalition, literally a coalition. So because everybody understands from the dawn of man that anytime you have politics, if you want to stand a chance electorally or otherwise, you must build a coalition. You must bring allies together, people who may not agree on every issue, but agree on some issues enough to where they can at least work together. This is how coalitions are formed. So in every country in the world, all the parties that most people see, whether it's in the United Kingdom, as in the Tory party, or the Labour Party, or the Liberal Democrats, when you look within the party itself, you see these delineations. You see that people are not necessarily on the same camp. They are actually on different, and sometimes they will have serious, vicious fights among themselves. In the Gambia too, we need to learn to do that. We need to learn to understand that for parties to come together and form a coalition, they don't necessarily have to all agree on everything, and they don't all come from the same side, and they don't have to all be in the same kabodu. People of different political leanings or beliefs or colors can actually come together and form a coalition, because that's the only way you stand a chance electorally. In Senegal, if you watch very carefully, every election cycle, they have a coalition. Every election cycle. Absolutely. Because that's the only chance they have to actually, in their case, defeat an incumbent or an incumbent anywhere in the world. The NPP is a very strong, formidable party, and its strength is coming from its diversity. If you take an NPP's diversity out of it, then you are left with a very weak political party. The NPP is a strong, formidable party, and if anybody thinks that one or two parties can just do this and then boom, and then defeat Barrow come elections, you are kidding yourself. Because I'm telling you, the NPP is a strong, formidable political party, no matter what anybody thinks or no matter what anybody says. And now, usually every election cycle, I'll run into these troubles where I make this analysis and everybody will scream, "Oh my God!" And then when come election day, I get proven yet again. And I'm telling you, we are back at it again, and opposition parties better take note that if they don't come together and form a coalition, if they don't come together and form a coalition, they are not going to stand a chance against a very strong, powerful, formidable NPP that has even a track record now that they are running on, and that is the infrastructural development that is going on in the Gambia. There's a massive, massive infrastructural development going on in the Gambia. No matter what anybody says or thinks, I live there, I see it with my own eyes. Musa, you have been there, you've seen it with your own eyes. Nowadays, areas are getting roads that have never seen such roads throughout their history. From all the way back in Kiang to Jara to URR to everywhere, Combo, even the KMC area, the West Coast region, all of these roads have been in Brufut. If you go there now, major roads go through Brufut, crisscrossing it all over the place, street lights all over the place. I mean, I can go through a list. This is what is going on in the Gambia right now. So the NPP has a record to run on. So if anybody thinks Barrow is weak, or we can, I mean, people here in the diaspora can just call him names and call him corrupt and call him this and that, and there is a lot of noise about it, and all of a sudden Barrow is weak. If party A or this individual comes along, Barrow is defeated. You are kidding yourselves. At the end of the day, if the opposition party wants to stand, or parties want to stand a chance in the upcoming elections, they must do what the NPP has done. NPP is strong because why? The NPP is a party, is a coalition. A coalition of all different parties, from NRP to Barrow's own wing to all these smaller parties. And I hear this argument too that I want to debunk. And that is, and this is coming from my UDP folks, and that is they make this argument that small parties must fold and just come and join the UDP because UDP is a bigger party. I'm telling you guys, and this may sound like crazy news to you because you don't listen, but I'm telling you, in America, come election time, Musa, which state do they usually talk about? Do you hear Ohio, 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 Ohio? You hear that a lot, don't you?
Yeah.
Why? Does Ohio carry the most electoral college votes here in this country?
Not necessarily.
Not anymore, though.
No,
not anymore.
In fact,
Not
it is the least.
anymore.
No, but I'm just saying in most elections.
Pennsylvania. Now let's move to Pennsylvania. That is the blue state. Not Ohio. Ohio is red now, man.
Sorry, let me land. What I'm trying to say is that at the end of the day, every election cycle we hear Ohio, Florida. The states that used to be now, I know Trump has kind of shifted this dynamic somewhat. But what I'm trying to tell you is, for years, these two states literally decide which candidate wins elections here. Not because they have the most electoral votes. In fact, they have, compared to New York and California, they have small number of votes, electoral college votes. But what they contribute when it matters the most is when these small little parties or small votes or whatever you call them, that's when they matter. Yahya Jammeh lost by 18,000 votes. 18,000 votes. That's what he lost by. And so what percentage of the electoral votes really was that? Go back and look and you'll be shocked. So basically what that means is that all these parties that came together in 2016, whether they are big or small, they all made their contribution to that coalition victory in a big way, in no small measure. Because who knows what if Doi was not part of the coalition? What would have happened? Has anybody ever thought about that?
Yeah.
Who knows what even my father's GMC, no matter what people call it, a one-man party, no matter how you call it. Who knows if my party was not part of the coalition? Does anybody know what could have happened? You don't know. So what I'm trying to say is that when you do these calculations, you sit there and you try to do what we call aggregate. You bring all these small facets and all from every nook and crook of the country, of all sides, because every little side, every little contribution really, really matters. Because in the end, that little contribution that may sound like a little contribution could be the deciding factor, just like Ohio did for many election cycles in America. So what I'm trying to say is that you cannot underestimate or overestimate the importance of forming a coalition come elections. Parties must come together. They must come together. They must come together if they want to stand a chance, because we want to have a vibrant democratic culture. We want to have a vibrant democracy. When I say vibrant, I mean we must have a multi-party democracy. Some parties must come together and give the NPP a run for their money, because that's the only way to keep the NPP on its toes, so that they continue to fight hard and try to prove to the Gambian people that they are worth being in power. If we don't have that, then our democracy, the 2016 experiment will come flat on its face. So we cannot allow that. So what we all want to see is a vibrant democratic system, culture, multi-party system, where parties can really go at it, and it will be a competitive, very, very competitive race. The only way we can have a real competition in the Gambia is if you have a coalition on all sides. There's a coalition on the NPP side. They have a very strong, formidable coalition, a very strong one at that. If the opposition parties want to stand a chance come these elections, they must form a coalition. That's my verdict on this, Musa.
Bankamane again. Jogena Pop Samba.
Yeah, Nalen. Most, in fact, greetings to Mr. Sarian, the man with the very, very short political antenna there, trying to be the analyst, Mr. Bankamane. Welcome back, and from your wilderness. But Musa, I heard you say something about this coalition thing. I was listening to you and Sari and make your point, and I heard, it's all about the people, and I'm saying, until it becomes about the leadership. Listen, and that has been the issue with our governance system, because the coalition 2016 was supposed to be about the people, but what did it turn out to? People elbowing each other. It became more about who was going to get more political gain from it than what the people will realize from it. And whether you want it or not, the Gambian people have not realized their aspirations. Their aspirations as to why they all came together. Yes, the human rights aspect is you can say, what, we've made headways in that in some aspects. But otherwise, the level of poverty, corruption has gone to another level. And we cannot also dismiss the level of corruption that is in that country. So, but the thing is, Musa, unless we address the contradictions of coalition 2016, you're not going to have a coalition 2026. We have to have a very, very honest conversation. Why we came together, why we failed, and the distrust, the mistrust that is between the political parties that has always been there for a very long time has been seriously amplified and manifested by 2016. So how do you mitigate that? So everybody is thinking about, it's not good, you need to come together. No, yes. But one thing that people must also understand, we do not face an existential threat like we did in 2016.
Correct.
That would make it, we can just all come together. No, it's not going to be kumbaya again. Not failed because of people felt they were betrayed. There was a serious mistrust.
Yes.
2016, we felt that we fight that mistrust and came together. And what is the end result of it? The mistrust is further deepened, and you have to have a very honest conversation to tackle all these issues before you have a coalition. That's my thing. People can go. Like I told you, my thing is I am not against anybody forming a coalition.
Coach, you are talking
I am
in
not
platitudes.
going to be fully invested in it.
Coach, you are talking in platitudes. The fact of the matter is that at the end of the day, the significance of a coalition is what you all need to emphasize on. This idea that, the controversy of 2016, the inconsistencies of 2016, look, there was not necessarily any inconsistency in 2016. What happened with 2016 was, after when the victory that was secured got betrayed by basically 90% of the coalition partners. That's what happened. But as it relates to the victory itself, or the validity of the coalition itself, there was no issue with that. So if you want to make that,
I think Banker, hold on.
Yes.
I've never questioned about the validity of the victory. I've never questioned that. All I'm saying was the betrayal that you said 90%. Unless that is addressed, you are not going. First, you have to have a coalition together.
Yeah.
All right. And for that coalition to happen, you have to have all the issues on the table, ironed out, so that we can all come together and say, you know what, we have now come to an agreement to make sure that we are not going to need another coalition to defeat this coalition again. That's what I'm saying. There was an agreement in place.
Yeah.
So I had never listen, Deglul, I have not in any way, form, or shape questioned the validity of the results of 2016.
No, I'm not talking about the validity of the results. Again, you are putting words in my mouth.
What you said.
That's not what I said, Musa. Musa, is that what I said?
So here's what I can help between.
He's Uncle, you said you're accused of talking in platitudes.
Yes.
And what I heard from Pastor Moine, unless until we put on the table what happened in 2016, not the validity of the victory, but what happened when we had the victory, when we had the agreement, unless and until we put that front and center and we act it out, that will be the beginning before we can even form another coalition. And that's what I heard.
Okay. Mom, we're saying that I questioned the validity of the victory. But what I'm trying to say is this, and I'll repeat myself again. The idea that a coalition is the only way for a victory to happen on the opposition side, that issue that's laid to rest. That's settled. We shouldn't even discuss that.
Right.
So that's what I meant. That's when I said the validity of. I'm sorry, Coach, hold on, just relax. The validity
it's not Coach, it's me. It's not Coach.
I thought it was him interrupting me again. He likes to do that. The validity of having a coalition, it is what I was referring to, and that is still as important as it can ever be. Now, the betrayals that happen after the victory, after the coalition victory, is what maybe he's even alluding to, and that is unless they sit down and talk about it. But let me tell you a little dirty secret about that. You see, if you at this point want to address all those issues in a certain crystal clear way, because there is no guarantee at the end of the day when it comes to these things. If you look at Senegal, that's why always their coalitions end up in tatters. Yes. Because there is no guarantee, because these things are not the constitution. If you violate these things, you are quote unquote violating the constitution. The 3-year thing. When Barrow decided he's going to continue with the 3 years, he didn't violate no constitution. He didn't break any laws. Yeah. So what he did was he violated the Gentleman's Agreement. That's what he did. A document that was signed among allies, and he decided, you know what? No, I'll go with the constitution because that's what the constitution says. So what I'm trying to say is that if you want to really kind of plug all those holes and all these things, what that is going to do is it's going to engender a kind of distrust. That really is not going to allow for people to come to the realization that, look, at the end of the day, we must roll the dice. We must at least take a chance on each other here. And, hope that nobody is going to betray that trust. Because without that, no document. Coach, let me land and I'll let you come in. Coach, let me land. No document.
Let me help you there, please.
Coach, let me land and then I'll let you.
Confused as to what Banka is saying, man, to be honest.
Yes. So what I'm trying to say is, sign, no matter what document they sign, and I mean, no matter what document they sign, it's going to guarantee anything come the victory. I'll assure you that. So this is why I'm saying that. Okay, go ahead. So, because
I'm telling you, yes, Barrow did not violate any constitution.
No. Why take Go ahead.
No, the dishonesty in betraying. What was agreed upon is one of the major reasons why we need to sit and because I'm not going to be part of a coalition that say, oh, Musajeng, you're just going to run for one term, and Musajeng ends up reneging on that, and I go into a coalition with you again. Oh, no. So that's why I'm saying let's have everything on the table. Yes, the Constitution says you have to. And in fact, let's look. We've had this argument over and over again. The Constitution, the 5 year, serves as a restraint. Get somebody to serve beyond that period. Barrow could have resigned a day after he was sworn in. So if that was one of the key areas of agreement.
Yes. But how can you guarantee? Let me ask you a question. How are you, how are you going to guarantee that walking away from the agreement is not going to happen? How are you going to guarantee that?
But you see, and Dola, you cannot guarantee anything.
Thank you.
But no, Manila, since I cannot guarantee anything, I will not work with somebody I cannot trust. That's it.
But then there you go. Then you are now you are Manila. This whole idea that
why do you want to?
Banka,
would you want to go into an agreement with somebody that you cannot trust, somebody that betrays you the first time?
Coach, this whole idea, see, this word trust is overrated. This word trust in politics. This word trust is a cliche. I mean, it's you are the word trust in politics is a cliche. It's overrated.
We got
What I'm trying to tell you is, at the end of the day, politicians.
We got Nyancho, man. So here's the thing, coach.
You must deal with reality. The reality of the situation is this: that everybody must be willing to take their chances on one another. Because without that, there will be no coalition. And there's no coalition. Then obviously, the incumbent is going to win.
We have to be careful. We have to be careful, though.
This is what I'm going to say before I go.
Wait.
No, Nabadem, I'm going. This is what I wanted to say to Banka. The worst thing that happened to us, whoever advised you to go to law school, so now you from Nekadi. Because you hear this, your lawyer nonsense.
You see the how many attacks? He's attacking the person now.
No, but
now he's attacking the person.
I think it's important.
You sound like Andrew Cuomo. You sound like Andrew Cuomo. How many win that debate? You attack the person.
I think it's important. It is important. I think part of my negotiation with Musa, I acknowledge the pitfalls and the challenges and what brings, this mistrust or, the disintegration of the coalition. I think that is fore and center. That should be your strategy moving. And you should be able to address these questions, though, and acknowledge them. And assure folks, how things are not different.
But Sayan, you have to be very careful because, see, getting bogged down in that, you become pedantic. And that is, you are going to get bogged down in a process like that. It's a trap. I'm telling you, it is a trap.
No, it's a trap.
Listen, just let me land. You see, every election cycle, I go through these debates. And then when settles, Bankamane comes out being right. And I'm just trying to tell you, Sarian, that is a trap. And the opposition party, a trap that the opposition parties must be very, very careful not to fall into. Because I'm telling you, they're going to sit here and they start to want to address every little detail in a bit to be assured 100% that this is going to be airtight. Nobody is going to. You get my point now. I guess you see where I'm going now.
I get your point, but here's the thing.
You will never be able to get an airtight.
I get it. Trust me, I get that. I get where you're coming. But if you look at my discussion with Musa Agem throw that out. But I keep going back to say we cannot be fixated on the past. We made mistakes, yes, but we need to be forward-looking. But I think in this type of negotiation, Banka, it was like, man, these coalition leaders somewhere angry at each other. We have to acknowledge that. And you got people from other parties every single day on this platform say, oh, UDP was in charge. They broke the party. They destroyed. UDP should be able to acknowledge that and address that and assure them that it's going to be different. I think that is very fundamental.
No, Sariang, Coach Pasambajau is doy. When he talks about, see, you have to listen to what he's not. No, you have to listen to what he is not saying. Musa Agem knows exactly where I'm going with this. I am telling you, at the end of the day, you're going to have a situation where these folks will want to have 100% ironclad, foolproof agreement that doesn't even exist because there is there is a document in the Gambia that is the Bible, the Quran, the Alpha and the Omega. It's called the Constitution, and that Constitution at the end of the day rules the day. So whatever agreement you have on this side here is quote unquote a gentleman's agreement. Like that 3-year agreement was a gentleman's agreement. It's not constitution. It's not a constitutional document. So in other words, if somebody violates it, there is literally much you can do, nothing much you can do other than maybe come elections. You run on that platform and use that as a means to discredit the individual. This is all you have. Yeah. So at the end of the day,
but I think that is not all inconclusive. I'm just letting you know.
I'm just saying, if you get down in the idea that you want to make sure you get full proof of a document or full proof of an agreement that everybody can go home with and sleep thinking that there's
reasonable
you will never have a coalition.
We get that. We get there is not there is a reasonable position and there is unreasonable position, right? So I think, but what I believe in is a matter of dialogue. But if you're not even empathizing with what people are saying based on lessons and pitfalls from 2016, I think you are setting yourself up for failure. I don't see how you would be dismissive of others' concern, and these concerns were facts.
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm trying to say is that at the end of the day, a degree of trust must be present. Otherwise, this is not going to work.
Okay.
The distrust that coach is alluding to, if that sort of everybody comes to the table with that distrust in mind, there will not be any coalition. Because at the end of the day, any document that these parties sign, any agreement that they make, is going to be a gentleman's agreement. It is not a legal document. It's not binding
But
on
No, we
anybody.
get that. We get that.
So what that means is that everybody, opposition parties, the various factions must learn to trust one another despite. Just like, remember what Obama told the electorate? I mean, when he was first being elected, he said, I know you don't know what lies behind that bend. But, how did he put it? In other words, when you have a building and at the corner there, you can't see it, but you must run to it, trusting that everything behind that building is safe. That's what I'm trying to say. Yes, you may not trust what stands behind the building. You think you are being, in my wall of parlance, being ported. But the port to be, you have to trust that everybody is going to act right. And because that trust, unless it's there will be no coalition. And if there is no coalition, the opposition parties do not even stand a chance.
Okay, Bunker.
Yes.
You see, this whole thing about trust, you first said it's a cliche in politics. I always say that when different parties are going to come together, you don't
Yeah, Banka, you probably need to put your thing on mute because
Okay,
Musa, there's a
sorry.
noise. Yeah.
There's always going to be a degree of mistrust. But then back in 2006, there was mistrust. But they found a way to at least start to talk to each other because there's a bigger issue that they were tackling with. Even though we don't trust each other, but we're willing to sit at the table and discuss it. Yes, even 2006, people will say there were betrayals. But they found a way in 2016 to come together, even though the trust factor was there. But they thought, if we come together and we put safeguards in place, what were those safeguards? Like you said, the Constitution trumps everything. But they tried to put safeguards. They said, okay, because you see, every coalition, you're going to say, why a coalition? Why are we really having a coalition? And if each and every one of the parties or players, they need to be able to have answers to that. Why a coalition? In 2016, it was like, look, if we don't have a coalition, we're going to perpetuate dictatorship, the killings, and the mayhem. And definitely the Gambian people, they want to change that. So the reason why parties came together and they were sure without a coalition, they will lose. They knew that. United Democratic Party knew. I mean, whilst their leaders were in jail, Doi, fully aware, in the absence of a coalition, is going to be business as usual. Jammeh will be re-elected. Whatever programs they're talking about wouldn't even have a chance in hell. So all these parties kind of grip to that and said, okay, this is why we need to talk. To solve that problem, they said, okay, let's have an agreement. Let's put something that each party can hold on to. Because again, listen to this. When you form a coalition too, you have to go to the people to vote for it. All right? So they have to see themselves in it. In 2016, they said, okay, let's have a process that not single party is going to give the edge. That's how they carve it out. The delegates, all that. Patibuneka, you have a shot. We also, Adamabara was there, Halifa Saleh was there, Ahmad Ba, there was competition, a semblance of that. Most people will think it was a foregone conclusion, but at least there was a process. And then they put safeguards in that. They're saying, whoever is elected, you can only serve for 3 years. And they all knew that the Constitution says 5-year term. So what they said was, when we win, we will go to the National Assembly and we will make these changes, whereby the person elected can walk away after the 3 years And then we can call for new elections. Then party bu nekk golo bot sa dom. So to the players, they saw that as a safeguard that will take care of the incumbency advantage that any party can have. Because, and secondly, they said the other safeguard is you're not running under DOI or under PPP or under NPP or under UDP. You're running as an independent. So all of us will claim you. So psychologically, no party will have an edge. Those were the safeguards, supposedly. And the rest, affaire mom, it's just a gentleman agreement. Ñun fana yi bo joxe nit loxo ne ko xam dégg nga mu ne dégg nga ne ko nangu nga ne nangu na.
Thank you.
We believe we should be able to hold on to that.
Thank you.
Okay, so can we do this again? I think we can. Then we have to bring 2016. Okay.
No, but you are now speaking my language. Well, that's exactly what I've been harping on, and that is, in 2016, despite the distrust, in 2016, it's not like in 2016 there was this massive amount of trust among these parties. There was none.
No.
Yeah, you know that. I mean, you were there. I was there, Musa. Yeah. We are in that process for a long time, this coalition thingy. But the idea, the fact of the matter is that they decided to come together, they realized. They came to realize, I know the urgency of the moment was weighing heavily on their minds. Absolutely, I agree, I get that. Maybe that must have been the sort of the most motivating factor to nudge them to do, to come up with a coalition. But what I'm saying is, if the opposition parties feel there has to be a change in the Gambia because they don't agree with Barrow for that matter, then, I mean, I'm just trying to tell them that going it alone is a failed venture. Opposition parties must come together. And to do that, they must learn to trust each other despite the misgivings. Because at the end of the day, no document, no amount of discussion, no assurance, no, I don't know, whatever I can add to that, can guarantee that everything will go right come victory for the opposition. So in the end, everybody must learn to accept the fact that, look, with this thing, we're just going to jump in despite like that. That's why I gave the Obama speech as an example, where this guy is saying, well, yeah, you don't know what's behind the bend. I know you don't trust even what's behind the bend. But come with me, maybe everything will be okay. Now, it might be okay, it might not be okay. There is no guarantee because the Constitution is the document that runs that country, is the one that decides what happens. So whatever agreement you have, handshake war, written document war, in the end, it's not a legally binding document. It's not. So what you do is you learn to accept the fact that this is the case, unless nyom jaralulenko. So I understand that too is fine. They can go it alone. But I'm not trying to really insist on this or that. I'm just trying to diagnose a situation and trying to offer a prognosis to say this is the prescription that is, and say if you want this way or to stand a chance for that matter, this is what you ought to do. How you do it, I don't care. How you get there, I don't care. But you must, because the validity of a coalition in of itself and its critical nature, you cannot do away with that. That is sacrosanct. It's as important as it needs to be. That's what I was trying to tell Coach, that you cannot even question that one. What happens afterwards? If you want to get bogged down in a conversation about how to guarantee that nothing else will happen, I mean, nobody's going to get betrayed after the thing and I'm telling you, that is a trap where if you get so focused on that, it will set you up for a failure, because this is what had happened in 2011. It's what happened in 2020. Musa, you remember these things. You remember very well. That's exactly what doomed all the previous efforts at coalition.
Hold on, man.
Yes, which one actually doomed all of them?
We get that. We get that.
Yes.
But I think we also have to acknowledge the past and learn from the mistakes. That I get it. It should not be pretty much, the setting stone for everything, but we need to talk about and we need to acknowledge folks. I mean, going to negotiation is difficult. I mean, if people feel that you are being dismissive of their concerns, it is very, very hard to bring them onto to the table. So I think the concept of acknowledging, I know what you're saying. In fact, when I was role playing with Musa. Musa brought up that question. I said, I don't have any expertise, but we simulate that Esafal was not within the room, and we said, he is the lawyer and he's an aspiring politician. We should, consult him to guide us through, because we don't want to, at least we don't want to put something in place that contradicts.
Saya, let me help you there. You don't need, I don't know, if it is SFL that's going to help you do that, that's fine. I'm just trying to tell you, you don't need it. Yeah, because no matter what document SFL comes up with, even that document gives no guarantee.
Oh my, no, Bianca, but I think what you are, I am speaking first.
Yeah.
But let me bring this whole
go ahead.
experience in the outside to negotiate. Because you gotta make people feel good, right? And
you cannot have a better negotiator than Alhaji Hussein Dabo. You cannot have a better negotiator than Ali Fasala. You cannot have a better negotiator. I'm trying to tell you, negotiation is not
hold on. But now here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Yeah.
I think I disagree with you on the concept of not acknowledging. I know we cannot be feasted. We have to pass that stage. But that is something that needs to be hashed out, Banka. We need to talk. Yes.
Simon, I would be a fool to sit here and tell you, no, they shouldn't hash out a lot of these issues and details. But what I'm trying to tell you is, it's sometimes it's not what is even said. It's about who says it. This is coming from Pasang Bajau. And I'm telling you,
but let's not focus on what
listen to me. When court says we must address all those issues, I know exactly. Look, this is what my brother, Musa Jeng, knows. We all know each other. I know where he's going with it. That's why I kind of interrupted him to stop him from even finishing what he was saying. Because what he is referring to there is different from what you are referring to. What he's referring to is going to get this whole process got bogged down in what I call a process. And in the end, because in 2003, Musa, when was it? 2003, 2006 coalition? When did we start the negotiation? Was it in 2003 we started negotiation?
2004.
2003, right? Yeah. This thing about getting assurance that everything is going to go right. That was what doomed that coalition.
In 2011,
yes, in 2011, making sure that we guarantee that everything will go right. That's what doomed 2011 coalition. And so what I'm telling you, in 2016, everybody took a chance on each other, despite the misgivings. That's what they did. They just kind of laid their guards down and basically tore down all the walls and said, you know what? I'm going to expose myself. We'll see how this goes. Maybe like I said,
that still can be done, Banka.
No,
we can still do it.
Maybe it was because of the urgency of the moment. Maybe it was.
There is no urgency, despite you and us disagree because you think that it's fine and dandy. I mean, Barrow is this powerful. I mean, MPP is doing. We think there is an opportunity still that Gambia can transcend from its current shape and predicament. We could do better, and there is an opportunity. And I think if we could, hold on. Let me land this one though, because I will listen. But what I'm trying to say is, I think there is still an opportunity. An opportunity to bring these core challenges to the center of our debate. That, hey, we got massive corruption. You can say the infrastructure, but even in the house, when you see the most ridiculous guy getting frustrated, because of unaccounted voucher, or they're saying we canceled the check, but they could prove that the check was cashed. There is absolutely no accountability. And I think maybe we all live in a different planet. But what I'm trying to say here is the challenges are there, and we should be able to come together as Gambians and articulate. Besides these coalition back and what happened there, I think the core message should be we need to transcend Gambia and take it from its current trajectory. And everyone knows that we deserve better, Banka. And you know this because there are a lot of things that didn't come to fruition when the coalition came into. And that is gains that we need to build upon and, take it to the next level. And it can, there's a good opportunity that presents itself, which is 2026, with everything that happens. But keeping in our minds that the challenges that we face today, if we don't come together and kind of swallow all these little things that, in negotiation, you're not going to have everything. We get that. But there is also pressure groups. There is actors who can come into this and say, hey, you know what? We have an opportunity here. Let's come together. And I think my focus will be on that rather than gentleman agreement, blah, 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 blah. We need to. The fact that if we talk about, okay, if we form a coalition, our main goal will be within the first 5 years or among 100 days, we wanted to implement a new constitution that's going to cement the legacy of whoever.
I got news for you. What I'm trying to tell you guys is that all these aspirational goals that you are alluding to, basically, if not all of them were in that coalition document. They were all there. I'm just trying to tell you guys that no matter what you put together, there is no assurance. There is no ironclad sort of
we get that, but we have to have a honest conversation, though.
Let me come in. Like you said, everything was in that supposed manifesto that was presented to the Gambian people.
Correct.
You said back even in 2003, 2004, they did not trust it. They found a way to sit at the table. They discussed now. An agreement was signed. The fundamental question is, going back then and even now, it failed because of one thing and one thing only: leadership. It wasn't agreeing on a document. That's the easy. It comes down to the leadership, and this is where the trust comes in. Like you said, there are no guarantees.
None.
So these are just agreements you put on paper. So in 2006, you remember the last day that everything fell apart? You know what point it was? Like the leadership selection was supposed to be in consensus. The last meeting that they had, and there was no agreement to that. To deal with who leads to become the flag bearer for and disintegrate.
Yes.
2011, Golo, they all went and formed their own coalition, easy.
Correct.
The Democratic Party with Ahmad Ba, and then Nyom Doi, they went with another coalition.
Yes.
I think. Mafatewood.
No, your memory is right on this.
So in 2026, whatever they're going to put in place.
I need coach to call in because we gotta have divergent views.
This is our history. This is our history, and sometimes it's good for us to compare notes on it. But he's right. He got his spot on.
We know that.
Coach is the library when it comes to these memories. The historical stuff. Usually I don't even debate on that. But yeah, go ahead, Mr.
As much we all agree that if we want to bring about change, remove Barrow and give the country another chance to implement what we were not able to implement in 2016. I don't think that we all agreed. We need a new constitution. We all agree to that. So these are things, but you know what we have a problem with? It's the leadership. Who is going to be the flag bearer that we can trust?
No, but let me tell you what. Let me tell you a little dirty secret about that too. Unfortunately, Musa.
Hold on.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
So if we are ready today, you know what? Who do we trust can be the flag bearer, and that person can win and unify this country to defeat Barrow?
Yeah, but let me tell you something, Nak. At the end of the day,
is SFL as a newcomer willing to say, you know what? I don't mind to be part of this coalition and give it a chance under this leadership. Is UDP willing to say, I want to be part of this coalition under this leadership and do it so again. The reason why no Barrow boss will move easy, like you said, easy. Nobody is competing against Barrow. You come and you endorse him. That's how he's able to form a coalition. You didn't hunt it. Not they agreed on the modalities or the
but at the end of the day too, everybody. Yeah, but you know, but at the end of the day, everybody saw the strength in Barrow being there, and so they all gravitated towards Barrow in that regard. They formed a coalition with him because they saw the strength in there. He's the incumbent. I mean, the incumbent, and they saw the potential in him, and that he can read and all that. So they gravitate towards him. So what I'm trying to say is, on the opposite side too, if they really, truly want to sort of give themselves a chance, that is. They must probably also make the same calculation and say, look, who is the guy who is the most winnable candidate here and from which party, and then gravitate towards that individual. If UDP decides Honorable Hussein Dabo is going to be their candidate, maybe the smaller parties can look at that and say, you know what? Okay, let's all hitch our wagons on this one, and then sit and try to get some assurance or a lot of assurance that we are not going to be left in the cold like what happened in 2016. Again, it's not guaranteed because these documents are not legally binding, by the way. You know, if somebody reneges on such promises, yeah, maybe civilly you can sue, but the Constitution at the end of the day trumps everything else. So as long as the person is not violating the Constitution, he is not breaking any laws. In regards to that, so you cannot basically undo that presidency for that matter. In that regard, so that's what I'm trying to say. So what we need to recognize is that these calculations will be made on all sides, and people will decide what's best for them. But in the end, the overarching issue here that the opposition side should focus on and must make sure they make that central to their calculation. That is. Without a coalition, they don't even stand a chance. And big parties must, the UDP as the biggest opposition party must recognize that. The smaller parties or the parties that are called them one-man party or parties that have a significant number of followers, they all need to recognize that. And they almost must take a chance on one another. If they don't take a chance on each other, at least like Obama assured Americans at the time, saying, look, I know you don't trust what's behind the bend. You are not sure about this, but I'm telling you, we must take this chance because this is our only way out. That's what opposition parties must tell each other and must assure, cognizant of. If they don't do that and they want to sit here and get bogged down in this idea that I must be fully assured that there will be no betrayal, I must be fully assured nobody's going to run with this, I must be fully assured no political parties will get more capital out of this than they came with. In the end, then there will be no coalition, and if there's no coalition, even that little aspiration you have about expectations about what could happen and what could not happen will not even manifest in the end. That's all I'm saying. The NPP, you have to be proud of them. You have to give them credit. They have built a coalition, a formidable coalition, a coalition that includes Gambians of all backgrounds, Gambians of all political leanings. That's the coalition they have. That is a strong one.
It looks like you are telegraphing a freaking political message for MPP, man. I just don't know, man. So that get confused.
Everybody must come to the realization of the facts as they are. Because the last time around, when I used to say these things, last election, people used to, oh my God, they couldn't believe I would say stuff like this. And I'm like, you better speak the facts. Because if you don't, you're going to be kidding yourself. And this kind of giving each other a tranquilizer, and where everybody literally thinks everything is fine and dandy, they're kidding themselves. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Banker,
that's how the facts.
You keep repeating this. In the absence of a coalition, it will be very difficult to defeat this. I mean, the incumbent. Now you keep saying you have to give credit to NPP, bro.
Yes.
Coalition where when you are the incumbent, Lord of Yomba, more easy.
Forming a coalition when you are the opposition should be easier because you know why?
You don't need the glue.
I'm countering what you said, money. Forming a coalition when you are in the opposition should be easier than even the ruling party.
No,
Yeah.
no.
You know why? I'll give you a reason. Ask me why.
Okay, so now, Paramos.
Musa, you know why?
Why?
Very good question. You say you are a soccer player. You used to call it Zico. How true that is, I don't know. I don't care. But you are my Zico. No, let me put it this way: you are my Zico. Coach Pasamajo mo ko dispute mo e brother hey ki ñu ko ki bench wo bala won mu do dara. Why man play nga Gambia High School, ga play one team again in Banjul. I mean you've done your part. Yeah. So I got to give it to you. You are my Zico. But in soccer, the team is most vulnerable when they just score a goal. That's when they are most vulnerable. Because you know why? They become complacent. Incumbents are always complacent. The opposition is where the urgency of the day is. The opposition is where the urgency of the matter lies. Because for them, it's a do or die. Sometimes it's even an existential threat. So forming a coalition in that kind of realm, within that context, should be much easier than somebody who is sitting tight and comfortable and saying, well, I think I got this. So this is what I'm trying to say. So, I mean, we can cut and slice and dice this anyhow we want to. But let's not make a possible impossible. It is the reality of the matter is, the opposition parties in the Gambia, if they don't form a coalition, they don't stand a chance. Simple as how they do it, I don't know, and I don't care.
History tells a totally different story. That's the reason why for 20 years, you and I and a whole lot of other people were trying to bring opposition parties together, and it was an impossible task. So don't sit here and tell me the Lolumo Gena Yomba.
No. You know why it was impossible? Because the opposition parties were trying to do what coach is prescribing. Morally, they have to be fully assured.
Banka, hold on.
I'm saying history tells a totally different story.
Yes.
I mean, we've always known unless parties come together, we will not be able to put a strong, formidable challenge against Jammeh. In every election cycle.
I think we can end the show there because I think you nailed it. We can end the show there, right there.
What?
That could be the closing argument, right there. You got it.
What?
Can you repeat that again? Just legini.
Money for years.
No. Your very last statement.
Election cycle after election cycle.
They did. Sorry, can you repeat what he said?
Why don't you repeat it? Maybe I've said a lot of things.
Sorry, help me out. Repeat what he said. Because go ahead, Sorry, you said it. You say it.
There's so much to track, man.
Musa, you literally said, without a coalition, the opposition parties do not even stand a chance.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
I've always said that.
Okay.
I'm not trying to stay away from that day.
So don't you think?
I do believe in the absence of a coalition. Hell of a steep hill.
No, it's not a hell of a steep hill. There's no chance.
No, I mean, so for them to win, I think it's very difficult.
No, it's not difficult. It's impossible.
Oh, fine. Let's even say impossible.
Yes.
So my point is this. Your emphasis, Moine, it will be much easier. You kept touting Baro as if these people, they have these skills to bring people together. I'm like, all the man is doing is very simple. I know I'm not bad.
Musa, simple or not, that doesn't take away anything.
Jammeh had a similar coalition. Seriously.
Musa, you are still validating my point. Simple or not, the validity of a coalition is still it's still as it is.
The challenge that the opposition faces coming together is not the same as the challenge.
You see, you are moving the goalposts. Man, I'm not debating about whether it's challenging on the opposition side, whether it's not challenging. In fact, I made a point on that, Manila. It should be easier on the opposition side. When it's not challenging at all. I said that. But I didn't say it's not challenging. I know it's challenging.
Opposition to come together.
All I said was it should be easier on the opposition side. That's what I said.
Look, Barrow's coalition is very simple. Where is the Ayatollah? Whatever Barrow says goes. Simple as that. Parties will play along because we're waiting for the crumbs.
It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, they can call it his luck.
Yeah.
In the end,
Okay,
that's
Musa.
let's go back to the issue of
Musa,
coalition.
it's almost 12:42, man. So I mean, we got order. I think we beat this one to death. So
Yeah, I think so. I
yeah,
think that's
so I
your
think
last statement. What I'm gonna end at your last statement.
yes,
You cannot
okay.
repeat that one again.
Mus-
That was hit it right on the nail. Can you repeat that again, please?
Musa, I saw you wrote something about SFL, and I listened to him. I would like us to kind of get your take on that write-up. What do you mean? I mean, you spoke about
When I saw the issue and there was a lot of talk, the
Banka go mute.
Yeah.
The issue alone is a disqualifier, and that SI is no different. He's engaged in corruption and blah 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 blah. And I looked at the issue really, and I followed it. And the more I listened, I told Coach, I go, bro, man, I have a totally different take. This whole issue about the SI is engaged in land grabbing and that somehow whatever he did is a disqualifier. Man, I have a totally different take. You see, there was a lot of talk about this area is a bird sanctuary, and that anyone who would go and be given a land to what is considered a bird sanctuary, and here you are as a developer, it reminds me that same old push and pull, that there is always the conservationists that's want to make sure in certain areas. So just
No. So I want to discuss this one.
Banka.
No, I just want to warn him.
Hold on,
I just want to warn him. Let him get his facts right. Go ahead, Musa. Go ahead.
Brother man, we gotta give chance. Let him land. Then you
He
will
is
have your chance.
rewriting history, but go ahead, Musa.
No, it's okay. It's all right. But you'll have your opportunity to respond. But let him land. Go ahead.
I am not rewriting history. I'm basically saying what I heard and the contentious debate that was going on. There's a Department of Wildlife and Natural Resources that believe that that area of land is a bird sanctuary and should not be given for developers to come and develop. And then you have the TDA, Gambia Tourism Board, that basically de-reserve it, as far as I know, that it wasn't, oh no, it's not a bird sanctuary. This thing actually they could de-reserve, and they were giving it to people for developers to come and develop. So my point, for me, that debate is there, and it's always in even in the US. Sometimes they will engage in that kind of debate. Areas that you're not supposed to touch because we want to preserve it, this natural, whatever they call it. And there are developers who are saying, hey, look, we want to come in, we want to build hotels, we want to create jobs, we want to help people. So for me, that's what the issue is. SFL is somebody who came and said, look, Mandamabuga apply to a TDA area, and the required 5% that you're supposed to put in, $125,000. He went ahead, he didn't say Johma fee or Johma fee or Johma fee. I want to build a hotel and I want to be given a piece of land for me to develop. He happens to be given to that piece of land. Mom, he doesn't know whether it's a bird sanctuary or it's not. Understand what I mean? So for me, he went through the process. So why would anybody call him and say, oh no, this is a disqualifier. You cannot run for president. You are corrupt. You did this, you did that. But I didn't see it that way at all. So I'm like, wait a minute, Man Musajeng. I've been in the hospitality industry for a long time. It's like me walking into Gambia. I mean, and going to and apply to the Gambia Tourism Board, because if I want a piece of land, and then we want to, Banka, you and I, at one time we talked about, how can we come and put a savanna in the Gambia? For you to do that, you would want to apply and get a piece of property. Where do you go? You go to the department or the entity that is responsible for that. How does that make me to be a corrupt person? Now, they accuse him. The other thing that I heard was he went to Barrow, sat down with Barrow and talked to Barrow about that. That tells you this guy, he bought access. Man, the way I look at it is this. I don't think that this is corruption. For me, I think if you're out there, you want to do something like that, You want to talk to people that can facilitate and help you. That's networking. Call it glorified corruption or whatever you want to call it. I mean, whatever you do, it's corruption. I don't see it that way. So to me, when I listen to people accusing him that this is a disqualifier, this person should not be part of the change that we want because of what he has done, trying to acquire a piece of property to invest and build a hotel, create jobs. That, to me, they say is a disqualifier because of the location and all of that. And he's saying, look, man, how many bad sanctuary or bad sanctuary? All I know is this. The map that I was given, based on it, it is not that. So how can that be a disqualifier? So my whole point was about that.
Okay, can I jump in?
Huh?
Can I jump in there?
Go ahead.
Let me tell you a story about that Tangier Bird Sanctuary. You see, that place is my land. I know that will come as a shock to you. Literally, my land is what we are talking about here. Tangier Bird Sanctuary is called Karenti in Brufut. Sumayai, the Padanji Malo. All the Brufut, everybody in Brufut. Our mothers, this is who used to be our pharaohs. This way, they used to G Malo over there. It's called, in Brufut, they call the place Karenti. You know, back in those days, what they used to do was, every year they will move around. This year they will work on this side here. Next year they will work. So some years they will have that area called Busumpu. They will do Busumpu this year. Next year they will go to Karenti. Another year, I guess it was a very smart way of agricultural system of rice growing. It was malo. That's what we know. Now, Karenti in 1970, the government came to Brufut. Ñu toog ak pay ñu ñaan leen ñu ne leen dañ bëgga not only Brufut sax dama ne comme the whole of Kombo North and Kombo South, that whole area, because from the Kotu point all the way to Kartong, government dañ ñëw si the leaders, the elders of Kombo, ñu leen dañ soxla area bii nii pour ñu lease ko. The elders of that region, both Kombo North and Kombo South, you lease that area 800 meters from the high water mark. Bobula Gaidi Oye TDA. You lease to the government for 50 years. This was in 1970. The lease document number is P18/19. I'll try to pull it and I'll send it to you in our inbox. That was the lease document that was signed between the government and the elders of that region. This current area was there, and then in 1993, government new gazette ko. You know, then Kobuga changed to a bad reserve. And you know that bad reserve did not also happen out of the blues. Ne happen more better to bab more for consi area bobu no then new for no. The Brufut la dan duga no them living them bad watching over there in that area. So it became very popular with bad watchers. So government gazetted in 1993. Ñu def ko bobu tamit again Brufut la ñu approach ñu won leen di mbëgg lifin li ñu def ko bad sanction. Lani Brufut la, that place, even though they call it Tangier Bad Reserve, in Brufut they call it Karenti, they don't even call it Bad Reserve or anything like that. So you government gazetted in 1993, then got turned into a bad reserve. Wa Brufut relinquished the area, ñu bàyyi ko government pour ñu def ko bad reserve. Lan bobu yaa ja meñew degul ma bu baax yaa mo jaxase li yépp ci mom la commencé. You know how his land grabbing schemes, how they work? Mu ñew mu cut a big squad of it. Mu momal ko bopam. Ya ma degul bu baax ni la fofu la commencé. Ñu nekk ci, but he didn't do anything with it. The land is still there. Am nga mom lu mu def rek dafa ñew jël place du def anything with it, but mu ne mom moko mom. The Jana Commission had a story on this area. In fact, they had a long conversation about this Tangier Bad Reserve place. So, at the end of the day, the lease that was given to the government even in 1970, that was for 50 years, 2020 lease Bobu Waraje. And at least, according to law, if I give you 99-year lease on a land, Yo, if you are on that land for 20 years, so go begin lease you can only lease it for another 70 years. Don't come and lease for 99 years again. Because that lease it has already run 20 years already. That's law, that's settled law. So why need the lease in that place in the year between the community and the government? Even though they talk about the Lands Act, the funny, all lands in the Gambia are vested in the Ministry of Lands, feel in the government by through the Ministry of Lands. But the Section 22 of the Constitution is very clear. Any land Bob dispossessed land in that country, then even a fair compensation. And number one, even the primary issue is to be for public use, public interest.
Mm.
So Gambia, people have kind of gone around this. So someone get develop land for my own business empire. Money is for public use because the mabuga higher I need. Everybody has understood that scheme. So if you go, you will see all around this beach area. Sorry, you will see nothing but private owned stuff. You know, they just benefit the private stuff, and they were all acquired under this with this pretext being one. Unfortunately, so then I just say, it's a fault, man. I'm not gonna go as far as saying it's a disqualifying factor. I'm not gonna go into that because Bobo is a little tall order. I don't want to punish him like that. Why, mom? He should have done his homework as a lawyer, even. I mean, and I'm sure he's very familiar with land law itself. He's an astute intellectual when it comes to legal matters. I give him all the respect and due deference. He's in our world we call him senior landed counsel. But what I'm trying to say is that, mom, he should have done his due diligence. So you say, the title deeds and all whatnot of this place, the way it was all living, it's not done right. It's not the mom the sorry. Because Lolu, he would have been up against the community itself. Suggestion Gambia government. Nikon community be on deal. You will have the same situation where the community comes out there, you will be body, Cho be body. For something, if he had probably done his due diligence, he wouldn't have go through that. While land bob no so they may footage, then land one the fourth is called currency. So the story is because people what they have done with Brufut and Combo in general, when they want to take the Combo lands, even the places in need, then could they just new name. So they get bad sanctuary. No hamper, the name currently is ever existing on this thing. So, but what Combo then she saw then Dama. People of Combo are sick and tired of this issue.
I understand the sensitivity when it comes to this land.
Exactly. So Lee is very sensitive. Yeah, go ahead.
All I know is this. We have a Gambian Tourism Board, whether it's fair or not. The TDA, okay, this is TDA, development area. You have to go through them to allocate land. Fairly or unfairly. Whether that's fair, you can take your fight to the TDA. Now, if I am a developer, man, I want to come and invest. This is what Isafal was trying to do. I don't think the guy has done anything wrong. He went to people that are responsible for that. And he was allocated. But when I watch Kerfatu's interview,
can I add my voice to the debate?
Go ahead.
Musa. Okay, go ahead.
Banga, hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Musa, I think, I listened to Esa very carefully, and definitely we have to be careful. And this happens way back when, we had a new government, okay? But there are fundamentals that we cannot actually dismiss, okay? Esa, according to Esa, he was allocated a land in Senegal that he had. Now, when the government says we're attracting investors to the Gambia, diaspora and all that, he took upon himself, he says, before I invest in Senegal,
correct,
I should come to Gambia and invest. Let's also the material fact here, TDA, Tourism Development Area.
Correct.
How it's acquired, I don't know that. But what I know is some of those areas, they are reserved for like these hospitality and all that industry. I mean, if someone as a bona fide Gambian who has the finance and met all the qualification,
Right.
and he went through the right channel and put an application in, and he has a material evidence to show that I paid $55,000 as a fee.
$125,000.
No. The application, initial application fee.
$50,000.
Huh?
Yes, $50,000.
Okay. So he did that. He applied on it. They said, based on your concept, based on what you wanted to do, it aligns as how we allocate these lands.
Correct.
He went through the process. Ultimately, how it ended, he pays his money, he doesn't have it. Now I think what people need to understand is, Musa, all of us, from 2017, 18, 19, 20, everyone, all of us sit here and defend Barrow, give him chance and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I don't think there is absolutely nothing wrong with him meeting. And here is what Esa said. Esa did not propose this. It was Ahmed Ba who said, hey, you have a fantastic concept. I need to relay this message to the president. That's how he interfaces with it. If Barrow was what we aspire and campaign for him, sit on radios and all that stuff, we should be all glad to meet the president of our republic. I don't see any reason that we couldn't do it. So that alone, someone who paid the fee, went through the application process, they said, you are approved, right? And he paid the fee, the necessary fee. Now, he doesn't know whether the area they're going to allocate it to him. He according to his interview, and here is the thing. I'm not going to distrust someone, who is a professional, who's been out there, and it's not my duty to judge what Esa Fall is saying, but what he said on live broadcast, and he produced documentation that I paid this, and I don't end up getting the land that I wanted to invest in. So now you can call this whole thing and the process, the follow-up and the conversations that all goes in there, you can question that. But again, I think as a Gambian who has the will and the finance, and he wants to invest, I don't see why people need to malign his character and saying he's corrupt. Where is he corrupt? I mean, he work. This money doesn't come from the sky. $125,000, Musa. That's a huge amount.
Let him go invest it elsewhere. Let him go invest it.
No. But you don't determine that, though. You and I don't determine
What I'm saying is what I can determine it on is the Brufut land.
Think about
what Esa needs to understand is that this land,
hold on. But
if he doesn't do his due diligence, sorry, let me help you there.
No. But I have to finish. I have to finish this, though.
Okay,
Hold on. I have to finish this. I mean, there's one area. I think Gambians should be proud. If you look at all those hotels, they're not, hold on, but give me a chance. Yes. I let you
if
speak.
I do that to Badibu, if I go to Badibu and take your land like that, how would you feel?
It has nothing. Here, I think what you're conflating. You're conflating. No.
You want to if I go to Kauru and take Musa's land like that?
No. We are not Musa. But Banka, I think the key, the fundamental issue here is.
Yes.
Looking at the hotel industry, Gambians don't own it. So Esa is caught in the
Gambians do own hotels over there.
Let me finish, though. Let me finish.
Okay,
Then you can have what you
own hotels.
So, no. But Banka, but you gotta give me a chance to land. What I'm trying to say is, the man has the finance, and he should go through the tourism board. As to the business plan that he wants to usher, he went through the process. So whether the land that they gave him belonged to Brufut, I don't think Esa can be held accountable on that. And I really don't.
In fact, that's why I said Esa is a lawyer. He knows the rules of this game. Look, if you don't do your due diligence when it comes to buying property, believe it or not, this is law. And
But how could
This is
he
law.
do that?
Listen
Tell
to
me
me.
the process, how he could, when he
No,
doesn't know
no, no, no,
which
no,
land,
no.
which area he's going to be allotted.
Sorry, Memory,
sorry.
what are you talking about? Because the law in the books as it is. Now, I understand.
The law is, what does the law say about buying land in the Gambia?
Hold on, the emotional attachment you have.
No.
We've had this debate before.
Yes, and we will always have it, because with you and now Saryang, because these things don't affect you, you are trying to explain these things away and rewriting history. And I'm trying to tell you, you cannot rewrite history on these things, because when it comes to land, the best way and the only viable and the most legal way to trace title to land is to look at its historical ownership. That is, go from the owner today and then work your way all the way up to the original owner. That's how you establish valid title. Now, what I'm trying to say is, Esa Fall, if he didn't know which land was allocated to him, I get that. I would say, okay, he just didn't know where they allocated to him. So that maybe, you know, I can cut him a slack. But Esa himself, it seems he's the one who said that this area was allocated to him, but they told him they allocated him this area, but they just never delivered on that. That's what he said.
No.
Somebody else, correct me if I'm wrong. If he didn't say that, correct me. I will backtrack.
Did you listen to the interview on Kerfatu?
No, I didn't listen to the interview on Kerfatu. I'm relying on, listen.
If we're gonna have a discussion, then you're Tegluante.
Yes.
You have hold on. You have an emotional attachment, and I get it. But what I'm saying is, you have to listen to the man. Already accusing him, he should have done his homework. The man even talked. Yeah, bro.
And what did he find?
No, you should listen to the interview, though. I mean,
Musa, all I know is, if Wesa Fall went to the community of Bluefoot, am this conversation with them, then
no. I think where we are missing the point is. I think the fundamental question is,
Gambian Tourism Board, they are the ones basically allocating land.
Musa, what I'm trying to tell you is, Musa, so they may get the land in the Gambia. So they may get the land in the Gambia. Musa, amanala for land. If you fail to do your due diligence, man, jaila land bunga hamne. Man momako.
Look, are you guys not good enough? There's always been this back and forth. They shouldn't have done this. He shouldn't have done that. He shouldn't have.
Musa, what I'm trying to tell you is, Esa Fall should have done his due diligence and he did not. And that's a failure on his part. Now, whether that should disqualify him or not, Bobo must argue, because I think that's a bit too harsh. But what I'm trying to tell you is, on this one here, Esa should know better. That area over there, the Tanjeba, to take a reserve land, that is literally, and that's why he's even having fights with all the environmentalists. Because a reserve land for bird watching, you cannot build a hotel or whatever. You cannot reduce that to, wow, this is conservationist having a fight with developer, Phil Harijar. This is for a personal gain.
Okay. So now, Baga, we got Musa, go ahead.
According to Esa, the area that he was given is not even part of the bird sanctuary. It was the minister, the Department of Wildlife, some guy who decided with even the law. If you go to the law itself, that area is not even part of the bird sanctuary. Let's qualify what it is. You gotta listen to the interview.
Musa, Esa, what was the whole point of Esa coming and complaining? Then could allocate this land over there. Follow through with it. How did this conversation start? How did it become about Tanjeba Reserve?
Okay. But Musa, answer his question.
How did it become about Tanjeba Reserve then? Between the Boko Popdon, land because you are now saying land
Banga, you ask a question. Let him answer your question.
No, go ahead. Answer that for me.
This Esa has $125,000.
Yes.
In the hands of the Gambian Tourism Board, still waiting to get his allocation.
Yes.
There are areas that he wanted that has nothing to do with that area. At some point, they came to him and said, "This is the area that we're going to allocate you."
Yes.
To him, looking at the map. Esa did not just get up and the story started from Malagan. It was Malagan that put out a story. They saying that Esa and another gentleman, the Senegalese, and who is the third person?
No, just go ahead and you know, those are irrelevant to the facts. Yeah.
Went out there and basically start talking about no. Esa is patiently waiting. You guys get my $125,000. All I want is give me the piece of land that I'm ready to develop and create jobs. But because of his involvement in politics, if Esa did not even aspire to run for the presidency, most likely he would have even gotten it by now.
Okay, Musa, but the Malagan story, do you believe it or you don't believe the Malagan story?
Look,
it's not conclusive.
No, hold on.
It's not conclusive.
Now you're acting as his attorney.
Conclusive, Banka. Malagan story cannot. It's not conclusive. Esa.
What do you mean? Musa, I'm asking you, do you believe the Malagan story or not?
Banka, Malagan, with all due respect, right? What I'm trying to say, we honor his work.
You know what is going on here?
No.
You know what I noticed?
I think if Malagan
what you are basically doing is Listen. What I'm trying to tell you guys is that from the beginning, when we started this conversation, I told you and I made it crystal clear. I said to make this a disqualifying factor, that's a little too much for me. I'm not gonna punish Esa like that.
He hasn't done anything
but
wrong.
Yes. What he has done is Musa, his judgment failed him on this. That's what happened.
What judgment?
His judgment.
What judgment?
Failed him on this.
Why? I have my money.
He should stay away. Musa, Wahal Esa Efa Falne. Let him stay away from Tanjebad Sanctuary.
I mean, that's not part
Let him stay away from there. It's that plain and simple. There is a lot of lands somewhere else that agenda in the hotel defam. Why bad sanctuaries and places like that? Not stay away from that because the people of Combo are not gonna allow those things to happen.
But Banka, I think you are unfairly. I'm
not saying he did.
No. You are unfairly mischaracterizing.
I'm just saying.
False position. No.
Let him stay away.
But let me. I am giving you an opportunity to go and listen to the entire interview.
He cannot. He cannot.
I will. And you know what? I will because you know why? I believe the Malagan story, and you guys don't believe Malagan story. That's the problem.
No, I think I am all No, hold on. You can't make those assumptions. What I'm saying is, it's as an investigative outfit. If they put stuff out there, we have to follow due process. You are saying this. And you're a lawyer. You know that if somebody makes
I'm not a lawyer. I'm learning to become a lawyer.
Hold on. Maybe I think the victims or people who have been adversely mentioned, they have the opportunity, especially a political figure, to come out and say, "Hey, you know what? We need to set the record straight. This is what." And I
am not disputing that. Malagan is producing documents, producing information and saying this is what I transpired. You guys decide you don't want to believe him. Esa comes back and says, hey, you know what? All I said was I needed land. In fact, my land okay, fine. I'm just saying, at the end of the day, when that Tangier Bat Sanctuary came up, that's when Esa should have told these people, no, I don't want that land. I don't want to have nothing to do with it. I'll stay away from that. Then controversy is not easy.
Kerfatu. What Esa said, for anybody to accuse him, he didn't do anything. Man, all I want is just give me a land that I can develop. Esa is not interested in that, and he showed us a map that the area that we are talking about is not even part of the bat sanctuary.
Well,
we're talking about a map.
If he's bringing out a map that shows that his area is not in the bat sanctuary, then Lolo, I think that deserves investigation to find out whether it's actually the case. Man, I will go because I know I have the map of the bat sanctuary. I have the map of the bat sanctuary. So I will go ahead and I hope I will get. Where can I get that document that he produced at Fakir Fatu? No, Musa. Where can I get the map?
Let me ask you a question. You started out saying, this is Burfoot land, Senyom Yai, Sen Farolawo. So it means obviously for you, you are emotionally attached to it.
No. Yeah, I'm emotionally attached to it, but that's not the only reason why I'm speaking out. Because the moment you're emotional attached to it, you are saying that's the only reason. If you were not emotionally attached to it, you would not have seen it this way. And that you can't do that. That's not fair.
Do you think ESA dropped the ball because this area changed to a bat
sanctuary? Yeah. Exactly. You can use the word drop the ball on it. Yes. I believe he dropped the ball. Yes.
Nay, because let's say this place is designated as a bird sanctuary. Would you still think it's okay for ESA to apply for a land that the TDA land? Do you think that would be okay? Your only issue is bird sanctuary.
Musa, this TDA land issue, we have always had this fight with the government.
Yes.
You know that, right? Yes. So we have always more than money is emotional. I'm like, wait a minute, because this is not personal. It's not like okay, it says you know my history about these land issues. What I'm saying, what the government, what all the subsequent governments did from Jawara days, all this stuff. In fact, Jawara because Jawara, what he basically did with this TDA land, the you convert it into a bird sanctuary. The people of Brufut were excited about that. So they were very, very happy because Brufuti, let me say, Convoy, they don't have a problem when the government uses these lands for national development, national things, national projects. Because people of Congo never come. In fact, that's why the bird sanctuary, I'm telling you, the people who are protecting it with their lives today are mostly Brufu. So what I'm So what I'm saying,
to have people come and watching birds. The country needs to build hotels and create jobs. So people.
No. What we are saying is, we do not want a hotel there. We have enough hotels. And hotels in Amne, they don't benefit. In Kaimola, Musa, hold on. The Stratton Hotel, what used to be the Stratton Hotel? That the Karafi one, the one that Karafi built. You remember that hotel, right?
Right.
Okay. That land was also taken from the people. So, my point is, they came with this kind of bogus story. Now, this is for the hotel. It will create jobs. They are going to build a hotel. It will create jobs. It will bring a lot of development to Brufut. In fact, it will bring electricity. It will bring this. It will bring that. Guess what? You want me to go there and tell you the disaster it caused and how it all ended up? So zilch benefit from it. So what I'm trying to tell you is, use the same storyline again. Wow, this is for development. This is for personal development. People came and made their money from the hotel. Them send you on back up. Hotel Banganele. In fact, Lake from Nakane is not even functioning. It's over there. It's like a museum. So they've been through this scheme already. If you did do this
scheme? You are talking about the scheme, but yes, who has been schemed? No, hold on a second. Who has been schemed big time is the man who earned his $125,000 and he paid it out. He did not have the land still, and he's been scammed of a corrupt government.
Let them go allocate a land for him. Look, let them go allocate a land for him somewhere else. Let him stay off the bad reserve. That's all I'm saying. If they give him land somewhere else,
I think ESA got caught. I think where you are missing is ESA got caught in the middle, and you're calling all these things. Now, where is his money? He didn't refund his money. Well, that's why I'm asking you to go listen to him.
He can civilly sue the Gambia government, let them return his money.
That's another thing. But what I'm trying to say is you are painting him as a bad guy who made select. No.
Again,
in 2017, 2019, we all love Barrow, man.
I'm not. What I'm trying to say is his judgment failed him on this issue. That's all I said.
That is very
he should have done his due diligence and stay completely away from this land,
the finance,
and not have anything to do with this land, and stay clear of it and tell these people, look, I don't want this land. I don't want to come associated with it. I don't want to have anything to do with it. That's all.
I don't know how you could call someone fail in judgment, whereby he's a bona fide Gambian. He has all the rights. He has the finance. He drew
So
his
that didn't
plan.
try to take the community's land.
But hold on. Let me land. Yancho. I know you're hot, but
No,
you
I'm
gotta
not.
let me.
I'm
But
just
you
telling
gotta
you guys
land. You gotta let him.
what time it
But
is. But you guys
here
wanna
is my argument,
because
though. Here's my
for you
argument.
don't care.
How
You know it
can
doesn't,
you disqualify and call that person's judgment when he did not go through
it's
the
a
back? Hold on.
failure
He
in
didn't.
judgment on SRF's part. He should have done his due diligence and stayed away from this land completely.
Let me ask you
Then we
this.
wouldn't be here having this conversation.
But the man lost his $125,000 on money, and he did
Let
not get
Korean,
squat.
him go to the Gambia government for that. Let him go to the Gambia government for that.
guys, let me moderate this program. We have to bank a bill, or else people will not even listen. Let's kind of talk. Let me say this. There is a lot of land, whether it's Bigelow, where you have land, I have land in Bigelow. There are a lot of people that own land in Bruford Heights. Are you telling me if every one of these individuals, they fail to do their due diligence to allow land to be allocated to them because Yala Hamnane, it belongs to the people of Congo? Is that what you're saying?
In instances where that happens, you see, I don't want to paint a broad brush. What I'm trying to say, hey, Musa, man, take, get land in the Gambia. If I want to buy land in the Gambia, you know what I will do? And I must do. In fact, I'm legally obligated to do. Because otherwise, if I run into a problem, I could literally lose my investment. You know what I'm legally obligated to do? Forget about my feelings or my emotions, as you were putting it. Forget about my emotions. What the law obligates me to do if I am buying land in the Gambia, I must do what they call due diligence. I must. You know how that is done? Whether through me or through my attorney, I'll have to go and trace the title. Trace the title of the one who is trying to buy that land to me, to its original owners, to make sure that that title is valid.
The original owners, they don't have title.
No. They don't have to have. They don't have to have a document called title. They don't have to. No. Look, you guys can. I get it. Man, those who are saying that also has to be disqualified because of it, no, I don't agree with that. I don't. Because, man, to me, it's literally a failure in judgment. That's why I see it. That he's a lawyer, he should have known better. He should have, if this was the bad sanctuary, then he should have done his due diligence. But the moment we find out, in fact, due diligence may not even be necessary here, because the moment we realize the bad sanctuary bill ko allocate, mom chila warna guy hey, whoa. No. This one, Bobby, I'll stay away from it. Plus. That's what he should have done. He's an investor. If he has only a legitimate right to buy land anywhere. He does. Why not make a legitimate transaction?
It's a benefit of the doubt. I think you should listen to the interview and to hear his side of the story.
I will listen to it, but I believe Malagan. I will listen to it, but I believe Malagan.
It's not a believing
that guy.
Malagan. It's not believing, according to SFL, and he pulled a map. The land that we are talking about is not even part of the bird sanctuary.
Okay, map, I will try to get it, and then because I have the map of the bird sanctuary. I do. Man, I will take the time to get that SFL map, then I will, compare it to this map.
Do you believe everybody owning land at Bruford Heights, they have not done due diligence?
You are conflating issues. What I'm trying to tell you is this. I'm not even talking about it. Right now, we're talking about SFL. Anybody, King Ahmed, agenda land in the Gambia, you should do your due diligence. That is law. I'm not the one speaking. That is literally what the law obligates you. Because otherwise, if that title, if somebody produces what now?
Lands? The due diligence is just basically the due diligence. Department. They are the ones responsible for land management in the Gambia. The Ministry of
Land. In the Gambia, Bunga is 2-3 titles. Yep, see the same government government institution like So, if you want to rely on Fofuno, because I'm telling you, if Gambia regular ages, man am a title, Fofula Kojele, you am a title for Kojele, everybody am sent title not take man boss. And what the courts do in these instances is that they try to trace.
Let me tell you where I agree with you. They own a piece of land. They're the original owners. And government comes in, and when it is, whatever their intention is, I think the people concerned should be fairly compensated. I honest to God believe in
Lolly up Amupi, Lolly up the Devin Koffer, but that's fine. That's another different story. That's a story for a different day. But
no, but Lima Moine, for an investor, a developer coming in wanting to invest, like Allah or Musa Jengla, or even the Senegalese that have been accused, or Nando, the other, Lebanese guy. No, all they want to do is they have an idea. They want to invest. They want to build a hotel. They went to the
Musa Kaimola Daranak. Soon land administration in the Gambia. Kaimola Lena. Soon land administration in the Gambia. We need to revisit. I'm telling you
I agree.
The single most biggest threat to our national security, and I mean this on by in every way. The single most serious threat to our national security as we speak is this land issue.
I agree.
Because Leo land the Fajr, land amatut, is all gone. And what essentially is happening now is you have a lot of people in your deka. Yeah, carry by first nine del. So essentially, what essentially is going to happen in the end is that, and then you see these flare-ups all the time. Once in a while, it will flare up, it will die, it will flare up, it will die. But I think we need to, as a country and as a government even, have a very, very robust conversation and finally deal with the issue of land once and for all. This fixing the documents, the process of how to acquire land, who should acquire land, how to acquire land, how the land tenure system be, from Combo all the way to the provinces. Because what I'm seeing, I see an emerging disaster happening. Billahi wallahi tallahi. And I'm not saying this because, like you said, there's an emotional connection. No, I'm telling you what I'm seeing emerging. And it's very, very dangerous when it comes to the land issue. Man, even Ahmad Ba, if I were to sit down with him, and hopefully I will do that someday soon, this land issue, if you guys don't take it seriously, it's a very, 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 very dangerous matter. Palestinian, Israeli, send here, it's over land. Religion like they do religion, what a race, Arab, but yep, a land la. So land, problem. So in Gambia, we need to revisit this land issue and make sure we address it once and for all. So because that way, if an Isafal wants to come and get the land from anywhere, that for that matter, he wouldn't have to worry about the kind of controversy that this. Yeah. So maybe you could even say it's unfair to him because I don't think more talk like mudam work around just this area man feel abugana. I don't think so.
No,
I honestly don't believe he did that.
The place that they said they were going to build that hotel. That was the area he was angling for. What do you call that area? The Senegalese that came and said he was going to build Radisson. Some areas, the guy wasn't like, "Hey, man, give me this land or land." The TDA.
No, I don't believe he did that. Because I'm not more than man like it should be a disqualifying factor. I'm kind of I don't want to go that far. But I'm telling you, Musa, knowing what the law is about this land issue, Esa dropped the ball as a lawyer. He did. I can explain that to you in many ways. Esa should have done his homework. So therefore, the controversy because than faker. Now, the guy, in fact, in the end, then they didn't do what he claimed they didn't do what they're supposed to do. No, it's a whole different matter, and I understand that. I really do. Man, so need to fair halism. What the reason bunko fair? You need to address. You need to make sure you fulfill that reason. Bunko fair, they go there. They local halism. So I do, and I will fully advocate for him to return to get his money returned to him. But they don't have a legitimate land somewhere to give him.
No, he signed that line. The moment you do that, it's non-refundable. All Esa can at this moment, he can get land allocated to him. But the deposit that he made is
no, but this is non-refundable. Esa is one of the best lawyers I know. He can challenge that one in court because look, it rules even principles of equity will not allow for the Nitame talk. This mahalis, this land. I mean, that doesn't make sense. This doesn't even make any sense. I mean, it's a contractual agreement. It's a contract. So those rules will only apply if at all the contract is fulfilled.
This guy
But if
is.
you don't fulfill my contract, Mamusa the family when you agenda book Samoto, Majola Halis, Gana non-refundable, Majola Halis, and Amos Mahalis, no Balu Amoko accept.
I'm just telling you,
Yeah.
my whole point is this: listening to both sides of the argument, reading the Malagan story, and listening to Esa and what Esa has said. I don't think Esa has done anything wrong. And this is my whole intention. Be like, who owns the land and who doesn't? But I'm not even delving into that. I know that the Gambian Tourism Board, patch of land, and they call it the TGA area. Whether they call it from the people of Burfoot or not, that I don't know. The government comes in and government took it over and they allocate when they.
TDA has been misbehaving for generations.
Yes.
And I think that's why even SFL is being held to a higher standard because he's running for political office. Because you have to understand the people that have been aggrieved by these land issues are looking for a leader who will finally address these issues. So the kind of controversy I think it is because they expected better from him. These communities expected better from ESA. At least they are expecting whoever becomes next president of the Gambia, or even Barrow's government for that matter, will address this land issue once and for all. They expect that. So and whoever is vying to become president should literally be sensitive to these land issues. Maybe that's why he's having the kind of firestorm thrown at him that's been thrown at him.
Just exploiting this. Obviously, they don't support SFL, and they say, we told you, this guy is corrupt. This guy should not be president.
Corrupt mom, I don't know about that.
That's what they're saying.
I'm not going to accuse him of being corrupt.
They're using it
but I think Musa listening to Banka's argument, yes, I think the fundamental question here is, did ESA acquire these illegally? Did he, if we ask other people, he's going backdoor and all that? And if you look at the timeline,
he hasn't acquired anything.
When looking at the timelines and even him meeting the president and after that, I really, really, really think that he's a victim. He's, as you said, we all acknowledge.
Well, a victim in terms of the fact that he invested, he has his investment, whatever he bought hasn't been delivered and he hasn't gotten his money back. I get your concept on that. But what I'm trying to say is I'm addressing the land proper, the land in question.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. When it comes to him being the victim, no, look, we can have a conversation. But I do believe that if they don't give him land, then he's going to return his money.
No, what I'm trying to say is if Tourism Development Board demarcated that area and say, okay, is reserved, is considered tourism development area, and this is specifically reserved for potential investors, and a potential investor happens to be a Gambian who has the finance, put his plan together, put out the application process, pay the fees. Banka, I don't see why you would fault that individual for just getting into that, because he wants to build a hotel and employ people and create employment. How can you rationally think that person needs to do his homework when he in fact said, I did not, they said they were going to give me a hotel at the tourism development area. And I might be wrong, but I think he addressed these birdies. I don't even know where they would have given me the land. And after going through the process and many times and saying, oh, you need to pay this, you need to pay the deposit, because he said he was kind of skeptical paying the money when he did not actually knew which land he was going to get allocated. But after the president said, hey, it's not my fault if you don't pay what you're supposed to pay. If you end up not getting allocated with the land, it's your own fault. And he said, you know what, let me pay it. And he did. So it ended up being what it is today. But I really think I get it. I get it. But how could you potentially, blame an individual, a potential individual who went through the process as a Gambian, and he's qualified to acquire these and invest?
I'm sorry, you are making an argument that I'm not. You see, you are saying stuff that are not even in my. I'm not arguing against that. It's not like I'm saying ESA doesn't have a right to own land and this, that, and no. Even this deposit thing that you are talking about, I'm fully on his side on the deposit. That is, they should give him land or they give him his money back. This non-refundable thing for me is neither here nor there. This is a contractual agreement. It is. If they promise to give him land in exchange for the money, then if he pays the money, land must be delivered. This is law.
Right.
This is not bank money just like. So I'm not even arguing on that basis, and I'm not even kind of even saying anything with regard to that. What I am talking about is the Tanje Bird Reserve. That's Karenti. I am talking about Karenti. Karenti is the one I am talking about. The Karenti that our parents were growing rice on. The Karenti that was our mother's pharaohs. The Karenti that I used to get the good baramano from, that used to feed me all year round. That Karenti is the one I am talking about. Not any other place, not any other thing, not any other issue. So at the moment you keep drifting back to, but the man has been mistreated. I'm like, I get that.
I did not use the word. I said he's been accused, and now we gotta.
No. I mean, I'm talking about you said his money that he deposited.
No. But yeah, it's renting. Here's the question. I think we can go back and forth on all this.
Yeah.
Can you say for certain that SR was allocated to that particular land?
That is what Mulligan has reported. So what I said was, you said SR has a map. No. Fine. Man, I have a map of the Tanje Bird Reserve.
Again,
I do.
Can you say for certain that that was the land that was allocated? Because that's why we are asking you to go.
All I am saying is the map that you say SFL has. I will try. In fact, I will reach out to SFL himself and ask him to provide me with that map, because I have the map of Tanje Bird Reserve. I do. No. So what I will do is I will do my own homework. It's not plain simple. Yeah.
For me, listening to this is what happened. The Mulligan story is relying on a very gung-ho, aggressive conservationist from the Department of Wildlife. And I'm telling you, here is a guy who's saying all this area is part of this bird sanctuary. But according to the law itself, the area that is being allocated to SR is not part of bird sanctuary. And SR has the map to prove that. No. Okay.
I will try to get the map, and I will establish whether what he's saying is true or not.
Now you
Can
have
I say something?
Daniel Bide. No, there are two institutions. You have the Department of Wildlife conservationists that believes that area is part of the bird sanctuary. You have the Gambia Tourism Development Board saying, as far as they are concerned, based on the law and the map, that area is not part of bird sanctuary. Now, you can love support. As for SR file an investor, he's not in a position to say bird sanctuary or not part of sanctuary.
Mom, let's stay away from the area completely then.
Okay, but this is my thing, Musa. I don't know about bird sanctuary or whatever sanctuary or whatever. To me, if there is one problem that we have in that country, is the transactional nature of everything that we do. Koham, the people that you know who can make you get things as quickly as you want them to be. Now, if you're a change agent and your argument is you want to change the whole concept, if you're caught in any way, form, or shape in that process itself, it will raise questions. And I think that's why these questions are being raised. If SFL was not running for political office, chances are we will not be having this conversation today.
Thank you.
And that's the fundamental issue. That Mitna Baro and this thing. How many other people who wanted those things?
That's what I said.
Musa, you guys were talking the whole time. I did not even interrupt. Can you give me? I know you want to defend SFL to the hill. I know SR more than you do. I've known him longer than you do. You can defend him all you want. No. Can I just finish?
I don't think this is about defending
I can just drop off, and you guys can deal with this issue.
What I'm saying is, I'm not going to take that line down. Whether you know SR more than I do is not the issue. For me, it's not knowing the person. It's the issue at hand and the way I see it.
And you know what? You've addressed it without me interrupting you. Man, you talk fini so just give me a chance to say what I have to say.
I know you don't like what he's saying.
How many people who wanted that land had access to Adama Barrow? That's the thing. So when that thing happens in a country where everything is transactional, of course, people are bound to raise questions. And this is not because they want to be unfair or anything else. That's the thing. Not everybody who wants something in the Gambia has access to go and sit in with the president in an office, closed doors, to talk about a business opportunity. Everything in the Gambia that we see is who you know, whom you know, and what they can do for you.
Well,
So
I
if you are
have
the
news
change
for you.
agent,
I
no,
got
different Danka.
news for you. Anywhere you go in this world, there is
You
corruption.
know,
Also,
You
and
do.
there is also networking. Let's
and
be
you know what, Musa, you know what? Everywhere you go,
honest,
different Danka. Hamga limoneka is the
No,
biggest
no,
problem
no, coach.
sometimes, and this is
Coach,
why I call
but
you
you
dangerous.
gotta be fair
No,
to the man, though. I
no,
mean,
but I'm not. Sorry, you gotta be fair. How am I being fair to him? I was the one talking. He
you
cut
say
me off, and then I have to be fair to him.
No, but Paramos, I'm saying I think you are being
Come on,
unfair to
man.
coach. You should listen to him
Let us be
because
serious.
no, he
I
was
didn't hear
How am I
his
being
side of the
unfair?
story.
Paramos needs to put his point across.
No, sorry.
Coach need to
You
let
guys can have it both ways.
Paramos,
No, you guys
man,
are filibustering. You are
Paramos.
filibustering. Let coach also finish his point. You guys are filibustering because I don't like what he's saying.
Somehow ESA was trying to buy access with the
No, but Musa, coach hasn't finished what he's
I
saying.
did not. First off, I did not say that. And this is,
No.
Musa, this is the dangerous thing that you do.
Give him chance to land.
No.
Musa,
I
go ahead.
am. You know what?
Paramos, go
I'm
ahead.
going back to work because I have limited. No. I'm gone. You guys
He's
can
been
finish.
coach. He's been very unfair to you. Very unfair to you.
No. Banka
Because
would handle it.
you-
I gotta go. But what I'm saying here,
what coach is saying, you guys don't
I
like.
never said
So
he bought back way, or I never said that. What I'm saying was the nature of the process, Nemo, which Baro raised this issue in 2021 during the elections.
For political reasons.
Okay, you know what? Political reasons or whatever. If it didn't happen, it would not have been raised. That's the thing. Corruption, of course, it's everywhere. You know what? Let's just forget it and everybody just be
You would not characterize meeting Barrow, not anybody who meets Barrow, then you can be accused of corruption. That's not necessarily.
I did not. Did I say he
Coach,
was
why coach
corruption is everywhere.
That's not what coach said. That's not what coach said.
No, I did not. I never said corruption.
Musa, you are being very unfair. You are being very unfair.
No, he's
What
implying.
you are putting words in his mouth. He didn't say that.
Banka, what he said was in the Gambia, everything is transactional.
Money. No, but within the context that he was discussing it, your context you are being unfair.
He said
things, I know you and Seriang look, you and Seriang are trying to look, I get it. You and Seriang, you guys are trying to justify what happened. I get that. But what I'm trying to say is, you guys are dead wrong on this issue.
Why?
Area Bini, Taman, did not listen to Esafal himself. Did not go to my boom, I'm a mom. My direct class on. So,
anyway,
I have to get bad reserve map.
I think he will be very happy to send you a map.
Okay.
I can guarantee
I have to get bad reserve map, man. I have it. So I will know whether it falls in it or not.
To start, you have to go and listen to, because you read the Malagan. But you haven't have not.
Dina map last all map.
People, Hangalan mo ginabon Gambia yo Saria. They can take your name and just throw it in tatters.
No. That's not what is happening here.
I think Musa is so.
Musa, yeah,
are you serious?
This guy,
I'll catch up with you guys later because I have to go back to work.
No, Coach Bull because Hamnane, you are onto something there and he wants to filibuster. That's why he's
No.
It's the only reason.
Banka,
it's not about filibustering, Musa. It's not that, Banka.
No, Sarian, what is it?
Sarian, you know what I'm talking about.
Sarian, if it is not filibustering, what is it? You cannot make your point when somebody else wants to make their point. Go for send game and that's not filibustering.
That's the filibuster in chief. And
you know what? And then people calling for that. I listen to you guys make your point. I did not even say one word whilst you were making your point. But anyway, I gotta get back to it. I'll catch up with you guys later.
Amgaman Pasama, Balanga, get off. The first thing the story, Manhamon Nane Yo, Manila, this is the battle between the conservationists and the developers. Even before I know the details of the story, conservationists would want to make sure land buladara. Just leave it as it is. Developers saying, look, there is an economic, we have to invest to create jobs. So for me, that is the starting point. Now, then when I get the story,
Musa, this is a point I make. I heard it from you directly, and I heard you make it on the show because Bangalore Deglo all along. And to me, I conservationist. I conservationist and this thing. All I'm saying, more one thing that you are neglecting to discuss, more the fact anybody else the fact that you went and even had that tete-a-tete, call it whatever, because of, I know you believe in them, that you gotta reach and all that stuff. What I'm saying is, if you're the change agent, of course it will raise questions. That is a natural thing. People will come and ask questions, especially if you're accusing the government, the ugly, they are corrupt, they are this, they are this. People will say, you know what, you will tell you one corrupt. So whether that is fair to ESA or unfair to ESA, those are legitimate questions that people will ask.
Nobody's been unfair to ESA. Nobody's been unfair to ESA. What ESA, according to Malagan report, what ESA did was a failure in judgment. That's what happened here. Musa can cut and slice and dice this anyhow he wants to. Mun la ko jël mu def ko lenen, mun di jël sa wax yi mu flip ko all around the place. What has happened here was not supposed to happen. And the only reason why we are talking ESA on this is because ESA is vying for higher political office. He wants to become the president of the Republic of the Gambia. And with that, people, this land issue be, everybody, and including myself, we all believe that subsequent government, from the Jawara days to now, the subsequent, even Barrow government, hasn't fully addressed this land issue. It's still in tatters. People's lands are being dispossessed of their lands. Land disputes are all over the place. So they may High Court. The highest number of cases over there is related to land. High Court be sent schedule be land issues ñoo ko fessal. And you know why? Because because what essentially is happening is every one of those litigants that are in the High Court, they all come there with their own quote-unquote document that they got from these institutions in your Every one of them. So what I'm trying to tell you is,
we got what you're saying, but we are
so with Esa being a lawyer and being with Esa being a lawyer and being familiar with those issues.
No, listen.
He should not have been caught up in this kind of controversy.
Banka, that land problem then, the person that we're supposed to point blame at, the current government, because they're the ones who are basically responsible for some of the things that you are talking about.
What did I just say?
No.
What did I just say, Musa? What did I just say? Did I not say nay? From Jawara government to the Barrow government, no one has addressed this land problem.
So how is SFL BD punching back for this problem?
No, because we expect better from him. He's a lawyer. He's vying for political office. Yes.
What?
So that it's a taboo or it's a bad omen. Hold on.
They gave me the land, and then I turn around and I want to run for public political office. Then it automatically becomes a disqualifier.
What you did to Koji is what you are trying to do to me. You are putting words in my mouth. You are not debating in good faith. You are not debating in good faith. No. What I said again.
Let me reframe it this way.
Okay,
Banka, are you saying because Coach said this right now? It's not a back door. You could think about it. The man stood there. He says in 2017, 2018, 2019. Everyone wants to meet Barrow because he's our new president. And SFL went out there and met him through the suggestion of the tourism minister, which is Ahmad Bah.
Okay.
So I don't see you people calling backdoor.
What does that have to do with the price of coffee in France? Because I'm not talking about those. Why are you guys bringing issues that I never even mentioned? What I am addressing is
You said he needs to know better. He doesn't need to go back. Coach just said.
No. I didn't say that. I didn't. No. You see, you guys, why are you going to putting words in my mouth? What I said was, Esa should know better. He's a lawyer. If he's buying land, he should know the history of that land and understand the ownership of that land, understand what the land is used for, and understand what the land is zoned for, and why the land is there in the first place, and everything about the land. That's what I said. And in the Gambia, when you buy land, you must do your due diligence to know all these things, because otherwise you could run into a problem. Now, that's why he has run into a problem. And now I'm trying to say that there's a failure of judgment on his part. If he had done his due diligence, maybe he would have avoided this situation. The moment he found out these people have allocated instead. No, listen. The moment he found out instead, the land he wanted, he was not gonna get. He was given a land in another place that it falls within the bird sanctuary. That's today he should have told these people, no, guys.
If you don't want to give me a land that is outside of this, a more legitimate one, I'm not going to take it, but this one, I'm not going to touch it.
Now,
Then this conversation will not take place.
We've been here for a while, and Ansari, I'm
Yeah.
glad that issue. Even after listening to Banka, and I understand, really, land is a huge problem in the country.
It is.
That
I told you that.
Hold on. Any future government will definitely have to deal with it. But my position hasn't changed. That personally, I think ESA went through the process. The lay down process, what you need to do as an investor. And you want to build a hotel in the TDA, ESA went and did exactly. Pay an application fee of $50,000.
Well, TDA can get currency. Currency is not for sale. Currency. Maybe we'll get a not for sale sign. I will ask the guys in Brooklyn to go and put a not for sale sign over there at currency. That's what they will do. Because maybe that's the only time investors. Maybe that's the only time investors will understand that currency is not for sale. We will put a signboard there. You guys, that's what you need? Say signboard?
No.
Is that what you want? We'll put a signboard over there and say currency is not for sale.
Banka, irrespective of whether. Hold on, Musa, and we are missing one key fundamental here that ESA mentioned in his interview, right? He said, when I was applying for this, investment, he didn't know that he was going to be the lead counsel for TRRC. And maybe he has political ambition, but nobody knows. But I think,
and then eventually, eventually he became lead counsel for TRRC.
We got to get off now, man. I'm tired. I'm smelling.
Go ahead. Because what you say is neither here nor there. Eventually he became TRRC lead counsel. Eventually he decided to run for president. Eventually he decided, and in the meantime, this issue is lingering over there. He's still insisting that he wants his land at current. So what are you talking about?
Did he say that?
Well, he said that. He said they took his money and they didn't give his land in current.
No. Did he say that he wants that land? Did he say that?
Well,
I don't think he said he doesn't have any interest. Musa, is that what you heard when he said it on the interview?
This guy needs to go and listen to the interview.
Well, no. Maybe that's a false correction. That may be a false correction.
And I think I'm glad you have to follow the same process, irrespective of all.
I'm glad he has walked away from this land. I'm glad he says he doesn't want it. I'm glad he's walking away because this land is not for sale.
Give the man kudos. He put $25,000 in the thing. He gets squat.
Well, let him go to the people who took the $125,000 from him.
Because those are corrupt officials that you think they are doing very well in the Gambia.
But what does that have to do with me? Why are you yelling at me for that? Why are you yelling at me? What did I do?
No, but
I have nothing to do with that. Musa, am I the culprit? Musa, give me $125,000 bobu nun. Come on, $125,000 bobu nun. Gisuma si derem. Don't must derem.
You don't have any claim to the land legally. This is a TDE area. You cannot even take the energy. You have no claim.
You know what Musa told me once? Musa said to me once, my boy, Muna be like, when that government, when someone went berry. Well, Munima, Kaur Primary School, so land.
No, I was giving him an example.
Mama Madana. Can you believe? Kaur Primary School was taken from Musa's, the land was taken from Musa's family in 1948. Up to this day today, Musa is pissed off about that land. So why?
No, Banka, another one is when they knock his fence down. They said they are expanding the road, and also he has to pay two fees for Nawek.
You call me about that. He said, boy, me, below will tell you government. Small land, but I'm guy, you book that responsible fence. Manako, I said, Musa, now you are seeing how it feels when you are being dispossessed.
Legal ownership of that land in Vigilo. I went through the process. I leased it. I have a lease document. It says Musa Jack.
Your lease document be. Come on, the lease document is not probably legit because they have money.
But you guys don't have money.
Dinawa Barrow government be some list document, but we need to interrogate it because it's possible. You're also a boss because you behave any why be you know your mom land bomb no God knows how you got it. So we need to find out.
we all can agree whether Esa is qualified to run for president or not, whether Esa should be elected or not. But for this issue and this issue alone, I don't think is a disqualifier. For me.
No, man, disqualify. I don't know. I'm not willing to go that far. But
Musa, I think honestly, and I'm gonna speak as DTJ. Mr. Esa Fall has been, honestly speaking, he's been unfairly treated, and very, very fair to him. And we have to call it as it is. He followed the due process, and
if you believe the Malagan story, he's not been unfairly treated. If you believe the Malagan story, if you don't believe it, okay,
Banka, Malagan story, with all due respect, it's not conclusive. Did you read after Esa's interview? Did you read the rejoinder that Malagan put out?
He did not.
No, but hold on.
So you gotta read those things, Banka. You gotta read those.
No. Well, listen to me.
Okay, I'm listening.
What I'm trying to say is anything sort of a retraction from Malagan, anything sort of a retraction to say that look, the report what we reported wasn't true, it was false. Anything sort of that. I believe everything they said about that land. And as it is Esa's transaction. Now, let me put it this way. What I'm trying to say is this issue is easily fixed. In fact, at this point right now, no damage is done. Esa didn't get the land anyway. They didn't give it to him. So his case is more of an academic debate now. Should he have not done it? This was the question. I mean, this is before us even here. So we are engaged in a more of an academic debate, and along the way, maybe even scolding him. So next time he does his due diligence.
Musa, one thing I have to close.
Go and read, listen to Esa's interview, and hear both sides of the story.
Yes, I think so.
Man, I'm not going to the now Esa mo komujo ma the map.
If I was by Esa listening to your take on this platform today, I would refuse to give you the document.
Then just fine. He has a right to that, to not give it to me. It's his own. But I know the only way I will know whether the land falls in currently or not is by taking his map, because I have the map.
If we have a lot of Gambians who wants to take the risk and pump in that type of money to create jobs and build infrastructure, not taken over by foreigners, I think Gambia will be on a different path. And I think that is a fundamental truth. The man with everything, he acknowledged that he knew the backlog, the pushback, the bureaucracy. He knew all that stuff when he was going into but again, he pulled the plug on Senegal to come to Gambia. And I'm encouraging. This should not discourage Gambians. We have to fight for a transparent government.
For me, I feel sorry for him that he came. I get all that. All Esa has to do is nyunkonya ngiri ala ngadani Esa ngedani ala na kilai na karenti.
But it is an interview, GB.
I will ask him for the map. And if the map is not in currency, then I will tell him. Mbita map on Nikala Esa Bulu, follow. Now, now be currency kono. Hi, boy. That's all. The currency is not for sale. And we'll probably have a signboard and peg it as a currency.
Itamantamu currency.
Hey, you know what? Paramos. This land issue, all this crap that we're dealing with, it's all about corruption, backdoor deal,
the land issue, I already discussed that.
Priorities been given to foreign investors. We got a Gambian guy.
Let me tell you one thing. Even me, what I will do? I'm against even selling land. I'm against selling land to foreign investors right now. I am. I'm opposed to selling land to foreign investors.
Every Gambian who has the finance and the means, get out there and go build. And then let's fight the corrupt system. That's what we need to do.
Man, I am opposed to selling land. I am dead set opposed to selling land to foreign investors right now in the Gambia. we need to put a pause on it. Because see, this buying of these big squats of land, I'm telling you guys, land is the single most dangerous threat to our national security as we speak. The government should take this land issue very, very seriously. They need to put a stop to these foreign investors coming in and buying big squats of land, which is what is happening there right now.
That's what Amanda was saying the other day.
It shouldn't happen. And let me tell you one thing. Forget Combo. Legi Foni. Billahi wallahi talai. Foreign investors engage, especially Indian Sea. Indian Sea la wahne. I kilometer by kilometers lang agenda. Forget about I-200 by 200, 30 by 30.
What do you think would be the right recourse? Basically, give me a second. And here is my question to you. What do you think would be the right recourse?
The right recourse is for government to take this land issue seriously and take steps to make sure that the lands are not just sold out willy-nilly, number one. And number two, they put, in fact, a moratorium on this transfer of deeds and all these things to sort out all the existing deed mess that is going on in the Gambia. Gambia today, I'm telling you, you will see 2, 3, 4 people with titles on the same land. That doesn't make any sense. And it's all coming from the same government offices. So that is government's fault. Yeah. So government is central to this because they are the ones who actually issue the documents. So you cannot literally, you cannot absolve the government of any response. In fact, government is central to the problem. So government, I said it over and over, money from Jawara days to now, this land issue has been a continuous problem up to deeds by government. Solving at all is a disaster. It's a mess. So Esafal, you can call him a victim. You can say, I get all that. All I'm saying is, Mom, he's a lawyer. He's in the legal profession. He is aspiring to become the president of the Gambia. Mom, his goal should be to solve these issues because this is a major problem. It should be, in fact, part of his platform.
No, what did he do wrong? In this instance,
he did not do wrong.
Okay, all right. What next issue?
And here's the question, Musa, my nyancho, I know. Yeah.
I wear in Esa's shoes, when as an investor in the hospitality industry, I would have done the same thing.
Well, I hope this one is a cautionary tale. I hope it's a cautionary tale. For everybody that comes after Esa or anybody who is considering. Yes. I hope it's a cautionary tale. Maybe you, as an investor, so for them, you're telling
what are you saying? Any Gambian who wants to invest.
If you go to the Gambia, guy bugala jo ta currency. I'm asking a question. If you go to the Gambia, you bugala allocate currency. You got better halis. You go kojenda.
Currency at Carolina Momachi Emal. I know that the location called the TDA. If you actually want to get into
on the main road going to Marseille. Huh?
Okay, now you are distracting. He's trying to
but when I become president, that's when I'm going to make a move on. Look at how it feels.
I don't have a problem with that, man.
Anka, we are not disowning what you are saying. We're not.
No, you are. You are.
No, we're not. We're not.
Both of you are actually. That's exactly what you are doing.
Hold on.
You are justifying buying currency.
No. What I'm trying to say is, I don't have any, but after listening to Esa and he presented documentation, and he cataloged the schedule of events up to where it's leading, where he hasn't. Banka, every reasonable person will come up that Esa was a victim. And this mafia gang, and this mafia gang that gang up on us for many years, and they continue to gang us. People have been prey to this scam. If we cannot push back, and now my fundamental question, you said there's a lot of infrastructure development. Now, my question to you as Banka Mane, what is dear to your heart? You said the land issue posed a significant national security threat.
Yes.
Now, if you are to speak, where would your passion be as far as these corrupt practices and things that you are very passionate. You spoke
But
about
I just speak about that issue just 5 minutes ago. Maybe you guys don't listen to me. Money. There is the land disaster in the Gambia government is central to the problem. I said that. You literally heard me say that. Because all the problem emanates from there. From government employees that are part of the scheme to steal land and to profit from it, to issuing documents that are bogus to several individuals in many instances. I just said that. So I don't know what you want me to say other than, I mean, if you want me to go further than that, I can say it, because I am not absolving. In fact, I'm saying government is because they're the ones issuing documents. So if the problem still persists and we still have these problems going on, Gambia government is the one that is causing the problem.
So let me,
and Gambia government must do everything to solve that problem.
Almost
so if you want me to reward that, I can.
Banga, it's almost 5 o'clock. I mean, I don't remember last time we've been on this show for 4 hours. I guess. Banga Mane. But okay, man, this is my thing.
Yeah.
The investor out there, potential investor in the diaspora, and you want to come and invest in the TDA area, what would be your advice? That they shouldn't invest in the TDA area?
No, that's not what I said. Here's what they need to do. And if you guys listen to me very carefully, I kept harping on due diligence. And the reason why I'm even holding SR so accountable on this is because he's a lawyer. He understands. SR knows these things way better than I do. SR can teach me even land law for 10 years. He's an experienced lawyer. I'm not lawyer very, very well. Everything that I just said here, SR he knows exactly fan la joge ak fan la jublu. Momo gena am ham si. Man how madara. How man wise. So if somebody wants to buy land in the Gambia right now, whether it's even TDA or anywhere for that matter, let me generalize it, because this is not just a TDA problem. What you need to do is you need to do your due diligence. What do I mean by that? Let me define that. You need to basically make sure you understand that land bunga bunga gender nunu. Number one, bunga bunga gender from. Musa gender land. But I need to go back and trace.
Gambia Tourism Board legally by law, they allocate land. So you're telling me you cannot go to the Gambian Tourism Board? Is that what you're telling me?
No, you can go to the Gambia Tourism Board. You can go to the Gambia Tourism Board. But what you need to do is you need to go back. You can go to the Gambia Tourism Board. But what you also need to do is you go back and research the origin of that land. Yes, no, you know why? You know why? Let's say the TDA then go see family from the Sibena family. You know Jaila Koyo. Is that legal? No. Is that right? Wrong? And then no, Mangenyo. Maybe the land, maybe the land was already gazetted to be a bad reserve. If it is a bad reserve, your TD and your regular your demal bill for house. Well, a bill for hotel.
Lolu reserved for bat watching, they will not take it. That's what I'm telling you.
Well, Musa, so how can you sell what you don't own? You cannot give what you don't have. What you don't have. That is also a law. ESA knows these things. You cannot give what you don't have. But if that place was already gazetted to be a bad reserve, you have stakeholders here. The Department of Wildlife, number one. You have the process.
This next week.
You ask me a question, man, go answer. But because you don't like my answer, you are filibustering.
That's what you do.
What essentially is happening is the Department of Wildlife has a stake in that place. The Forestry Department has a stake in that place. These are all stakeholders. So when the moment you did gazette you call it a bad reserve. At that moment, all these institutions, you mentioned, in the Ministry of Lands, they all have a stake in that place. So TDA alone, even legally, they cannot do it. I know what I'm telling you. They cannot do it. They don't even have the legal, they're not standing on legal grounds to do it. Manmakoa, quote me anywhere. Bad reserve. Department of Wildlife, number one, has a stake in the place. The Forestry Department has a stake in it. Ministry of Lands has a stake in it. But the community itself in Burfoot become Mormon, huh?
No, the tourism board, they don't have the powers, like you said.
No, legally they cannot just jail plus when you jack. Wow, legally.
They said it's a bird sanctuary. Obviously, yes. Legally, they don't have the right to do that.
So what's the problem now?
They haven't been doing that.
Well, that is what is about to happen in this case, according to Malagan.
No. Because the land that we are talking about.
You asked me a question, and I'm trying to answer it for you. And that is, if you want to buy land from the TVA, this should be a cautionary tale for every investor. I said that before. Money, you need, because otherwise, no, seriously. Otherwise, what essentially is going to happen is you're going to find yourself in this kind of controversies. Because maybe it's Malagan, Munam, those stakeholders, departments, you just know. You provide all this information you run because we go on Neholen. It's possible.
The department
maybe we should blow us.
Interview. The Department of Wildlife.
Yes.
I think you need to really go and listen to Esa, what he said.
Man, Esa Wahambi, man, I'm telling you what the law be lumwa. So why leg motor manelane? Esa fal bude mune. Plus the mom nekud and bokufa. No, Faramos, Haramo Island, the Mama gun, Bumanyo Jesse, and he's been waiting for a while.
We are thanking the Jess. At least we can end the show because today Banka is just on fire and interrupting everyone. Bustering then tell the Jess that thank Lord because now I can enjoy my deserving Benachin, and it's smelling. It's really smelling.
And even me, I'm telling you, I have a nice Benachin that I have in the refrigerator that I need to go.
Okay, please go eat that. That way we can relax. At least Faramos was sweating and all that, but now we got to give him a break. But today, Faramos, honestly speaking, I align with you for Faramos. And your analysis was spot on. Banka and Coach were off today. Okay. That's it.
Thank you all our viewers.
Yeah, Banka was way off today. I don't know why.
Okay, you are entitled to your opinion.
We're looking forward to hopefully we're looking forward to having Isa next Sunday.
No, let's have SFL next week. SFL.
No, this is already lined up. But next week, we need you to do is I want you to listen to Esa's interview.
I will, and I will ask him for the document. I will.
No problem. No problem. But the precondition is, I think Usenu Bob is listening. Usenu, please reach out to your party leader. If Banka did not listen to the interview fully,
and let me tell you something. When I become president,
Republic. Please, if SFR reach out to him, tell him that have you watched my interview.
When I become president, Musa Jeng, your home in Kauru, the one the main compound where you're going to the Marseille, that's the one I'll have a full frontal assault on it. I'll take it.
All right. Faramos, you did very well today. You did very well.
Thank
you, guys.
Independent. We don't get emotionally attached to issues. that makes all the difference. And let me say this, my final word. The debate between the conservationists and the developers, I think my leaning is always developers. I know that environmental conservation of land is very important, but not at the expense of putting food on the table or developing our country. There is a balance. That's the balance that we need to meet. Again, Brother Marong.
Hey, Usenu said he was rooting for Banka, but Banka kind of went off the rails. So I guess that's very normal, Usenu. If you're in Mama Land for a while, they get you to drink this Kool-Aid. And when you get in, man, sometimes your analysis is way off there, man. So we got you, man. All right, man, my man. Thank you.
Later, bro.